Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome back. Yo, Trent C1205 with the Twitch Prime right away. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Hey, so we have a lot of work to do today. I've got a lot of Mage Sims to run, and I've been updating guides on Wowhead, and that's what I'm pretty much going to be doing today. But I figured, since I'm just going to be sitting here running a bunch of Sims, writing a bunch of guide stuff, I might as well stream it. So if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. And we're just going to go through all the stuff. I need to find new information on Flame Strike when the Flame Strike. I know when to Flame Strike currently, but I want to like research exactly where we want to Flame Strike depending on the target count and also the time to die. And I want to do it for Frostfire and Sunfury at the same time. So we're going to be researching that first off. That's going to be our first plan of action here, because this is a question I get a lot. So looking at my Discord here, the question that sparked this was, okay, figured ask in my Discord. So in the big poll, we just spam Flame Strike on Hot Streak? Question mark. And then someone responded 5 is a safe bet. And I think that's probably like decent advice, but the thing is it's not quite that simple. So like let's say, okay, for like a hypothetical situation, let's say that the build you're running and with the current tuning, it's only worth it to Flame Strike at 8. Okay, let's say that that's true. Like it's like a DPS loss to do it at 7. If that's the case, and we're looking at like a 5-minute sim, if you take that 5-minute sim and then you lower it down to like 45-second sim, that number is going to change. Okay, it's not going to be 8 anymore. It's going to go down, because that's how it is right now. It's like 8 technically, but 5 is actually correct at like 45 seconds, which is what the average Mythic Plus pull is going to last anyways. So even though 5 might be correct, it can be lower if the target's health is lower. So let me illustrate this. Imagine that this is the health bar of a big ass fucking mob that you're fighting, right? And then imagine that there's a bunch of little small mobs that, you know, they have like a combined health pool like this, but they all start smaller. So this is the total health, not the health percentage, right? So at the top, this is 100%. Over here, this is 100%. Then let's say that I'm attacking the mob, right? So if I'm attacking this big mob, let's say I'm focusing damage on it, I'm going to be like willing down this big mob, and let's say that there's not like a bunch of red pallies in the group to blow everything up, right? So it's like let's pretend like I'm the only damage dealer alive or something like that, right? So if I'm willing this big guy down, his health bar is going down, what's going to happen is the other mobs are also going to be taking damage, but not as much damage. So let's say that their ignite damage is like, you know, it's not going to be even, but let's say they're taking some damage here. I'll go ahead and move this one further down. So there's going to be kind of a point where like the amount of health, not the percentage, but the amount is going to start equalizing between these. And then there's going to be a point where... Is it scratching mic? Hold on 1 second. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is it still scratching? Test, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1 second. 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Is it working? Are you hearing the mic scratch a little bit still? Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. How's it sound now, guys? I just reset all my audio. Okay. Still bad. Hold on, let me figure out why. I need to pull up my own audio to hear myself. I didn't change anything, so I'm confused why this is happening. Oh, it's like lagging. Test 1 2 3. Hold on, I think I know what's wrong. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, a little unplugged. Let's see if the audio is working now. All right, let's see if this is working now. Had to separate the tracks. Yeah, I feel like that would have been a problem before, and I didn't change anything, so I'd be surprised if that was the issue. I think the audio is good now, though. I'm listening to it right now. Sounds fine. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, I think we fixed it. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Well, thank you for letting me know right away. So I didn't talk for too long before getting into this. Okay, let's start from the top. Yeah. Well, refresh. If you see my lips movie and no audio, or just refresh it. Seems like other people are saying it's fine. So it's probably just you. Wait, the audio was delayed? Yeah, just refresh. I think it's just you, Trent. Seems like whenever I was listening to it, it sounded fine. So unless it like just bugged out as soon as I put my phone down. I think it's fine now. Let me just confirm. Can anyone else in the chat confirm? Looks good. Oh, there is like a little audio delay. We're just gonna deal with that, guys. Sorry if the audio is delayed. I'm not gonna worry about fixing this right now during the stream. If I'm gonna fix it, it'll be off the stream. Okay, anyways, from the top. Let's see, where were we? Okay, yeah, so today I'm gonna be doing some Wowhead work. And yeah, it's just gonna be like that, because in order for me to fix it, I would have to turn off the stream, because that's how it works. So either I can end the stream now and then I'm not coming back live again, or we can just deal with it. So it's up to you guys. If you don't want to watch, just close. But yeah, I can't fix it right now without stopping the stream. We'll just deal with it, guys. It's fine. So I'll fix it later after the stream. Anyways, I've been working on Wowhead stuff, and I need to figure out some like breakpoints for Flame Strike. Yeah, cleave is pretty good for Arcane. There's no doubt. There's also like good tech with high voltage and stuff like that. It's only a few seconds. Oh, if it's only a few seconds, it's probably just the camera. Maybe I can fix that. Hold on. And clap. 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 Okay. The other fix is I just turn off the camera. It's fine. Okay. All right, we're done messing with the audio stuff. Tell me if it breaks like in a big way. Okay. Yeah, so anyways, the question I got in Discord that kind of made me jump live here was a common question I get a lot, and it's, when do we flame strike, right? People always want to know the answer to this question. When do we flame strike? If you're looking for like the short answer, just like 5 targets, but that's not like, there's like a little bit more to it. 5 targets may not necessarily be like a one-size-fits-all option. It's just an easy answer that's like kind of a safe bet. But actually has more to do with like the target's health and stuff. So like, imagine for a moment that like you're doing a pull, and in this pull that you're doing, it's like, here's the big mob, and then here's a bunch of little mobs that have like basically no health, right? So if I'm focusing this big mob and like blasting away at it, right? Let's say I'm fucking owning this guy and like I'm gonna ignite cleave to the others, right? So like let's say that I'm hitting this big guy a bunch and then the ignite is cleaving, but it's not doing like nearly as much. Like I'm definitely focusing more damage on the big guy. There's eventually gonna be a point where well, two things. One, these are gonna be equaled out. All right, that's one thing. And then I don't need to prio damage on this guy anymore unless it's like a deadly mob, and I can kind of like flame strike the whole thing and just take the whole thing down, right? There's that, but then there's also like the time to die. So like the amount of time left in this pull is going to eventually be like, you know, short enough where let's say like ignite is 9 seconds, right? So like if I've got let's say 18 seconds left in the pull, right? The way it works is whenever you're doing ignite, it's like you're layering ignites, right? So like each ignite you do is like layering it more and more and more. Okay. So even though ignite like lasts like 9 seconds, if you keep layering them up, you'll see here that you know, basically even though it is a 9-second ignite, like right here, for instance, you can see I've got like a lot of like I'm overlapping on a lot of these, right? So like basically there's a point where if these mobs are close to dying, it's gonna be better for me to flame strike because I'm gonna lose like my big ignite before they like really tick out, you know what I mean? So like it's always gonna be worth it at the end of the poll if everything is equal. Like let's say this hypothetical situation, it's not really realistic, right? Most situations aren't like this, but in this hypothetical, there's gonna be a point where like there's not enough time left in this pull for my ignites to like fully deal damage. So like even if one of them deals damage, maybe not like all of them, and then eventually it's gonna be worth it for me to flame strike. So even if it is let's say 8 seconds hypothetically that you want to flame strike at, like there's gonna be a point where it's like 5 seconds or 5 targets instead. So like instead of 8 targets, you flame strike at 5. So like there's no like clear answer on when to flame strike, but a general rule to just like go by, at least right now as frostfire, it's like 8 seconds on like a prolonged pull, but like on a short pull, like a normal pull, 45 seconds, let's say, usually it's like 5 seconds. That's how it is now. But let's find out what's going to be like in the patch, because that is what we want to look at. So I went ahead and prepared a sim here, pulling data from Discord and also Zom's new frostfire sim. And what we're going to do is we're basically going to make some changes to the APL so that it does not use flame strike in some instances. In other instances, it's going to not use, well, it's going to only flame strike. So that's what we're going to do, is just play around with these a little bit. So yeah, the variables we're looking for are these ones right here. Variable flame strike is one of them. Let's just go ahead and put them all in the basket here. All right, so variable flame strike 0. Variable hot streak flame strike 0. Variable hardcast flame strike 0. We're not going to use this one, but I'll just put in the basket anyways. Variable combustion flame strike 0. And then variable SKB. We're also not using SKB, but I'm still just going to put in the basket. So these are like the variables. They're deciding if it flame strikes during this part of the rotation or not. So variable SKB flame strike is basically looking to see if you would flame strike for your Sun King's Blessing, which is like almost always worth it if you're playing Sun King's Blessing, right? But we're not. And then hot streak is like if you have a hot streak, is it worth it to flame strike with the hot streak? Combustion is it worth it to flame strike in your combustion with a hot streak? Okay. And then hardcast is one we're just not going to use. But hardcast is, you know, should I press flame strike even if I don't have a hot streak, basically. So it's really just these two that we care about: variable hot streak flame strike and combustion hot streak. And I don't know how it works with variables, but I'm going to play around with this. I want to try something here. Let's go ahead and make a copy of these two. And let's say FS for flame strike, FS for flame strike. And then we're going to set these both to 1. I want to see what happens. I'm not sure if this will work, but we'll just test it. See if we get different results. But anyways, if this doesn't work, I'll just manually code it so it doesn't, yeah, okay, it doesn't know what to do with that. All right, let's go back. Yeah, I'll just have to manually do it. That's fine. So we'll grab Sunfury first. Okay, and here's the talents we want to run on it. This is our Blast Zone talents. We'll call this one Pyro only. And then let's go grab Frostfire. This is Zom's new one that has the adjustment for Fire Blast to not be superhuman. Go ahead and copy this. And we'll grab this portion here. Move this. Let's go ahead and just set the set bonuses just in case. And go, there's the talents. And then let's also make sure it doesn't have the old bonus. Okay. I just want to make sure the work so far is good. So let's run it and then we'll make sure it... Oh, it's duplicate name. Okay, good. I'm glad we caught that. But anyways, I'm going to hard code this so that it... in one instance, it never uses Flame Strike, and in the other instance, it always uses Flame Strike. And then once I have those side by side, then I can run it at different targets and different time periods. So I can do like a 5-minute 5 target versus like a 45-second 5 target, and you know, kind of like take that same approach with different target counts and different times. And then I can take that information and I can like basically put it in the spreadsheet, and I can look at which ones outperformed where. And using that, I can kind of divine what the Flame Strike target count would be. I can already tell you, I think I know what it's going to be. But no, we'll just do it. Just for fun. I want to confirm just in case, you know? Don't want to be making assumptions. Okay, so let's look at our first one here. Should be our Sunfury one. Yeah, okay. So let's grab both of these guys. Let's go over into Notepad++. And let's just look for anything that is Flame Strike. So basically, we're just going to comment out any line that says for Flame Strike. Just going to comment those out. And you can change the variable too, but I'm just going to do this manually because I don't know how the variable will act if I do like a bunch of sims all back to back. I'm afraid of what might happen, so we'll just do it this way. These should all be good, right? I think I got them all. At least for this one. This is the Frostfire one. Alright, let's go to Sunfury now. This one's for SKB. We don't even care about that. We're not running SKB anymore. SKB is Dedge. Frostfire is not Dedge though, but it is kind of scary. Have you guys seen what Frostfire does now? Are you aware of the cringe? I made a GIF earlier today to commemorate what I saw because I could not unsee it. I'll show you what it does first and then I'll show you the meme I made. Yeah, maybe I should have used a variable. This is taking a little longer than I thought it would. Oh well, I'm almost done. Okay, I think we're good here with this one. Yeah, that's the last one. Wait, no, caught another one. Damn, there's more of them than I thought. Yeah, I thought this would just be like replacing like 3 lines. Okay. It should be everything. Okay, we're good. All right. Put this back in. All right, yeah, so let me show you something. So, check this out. Look at this. This is Frostfire UI, which is what we'll be playing instead of Sun King's Blessing. And I want you to pay attention to the spent time here. Look at how much time this thing spends casting Frostfire Bolt. Look at this. It's playing Frostfire. Yeah, so Frostfire is we play UI with it now, which is Unleash Inferno. So no more SKB stuff. Yo, what's up, Comfykins? Appreciate the Prime. Welcome. Keeping the Mage dream alive. Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Yeah, so compare this, right? Frostfire UI spent time. Look at the amount of time Pyroblasting versus the time Frostfire bolting, right? And then check out Sunfury. This is all instant casts. These are all instant casts. This is cast while moving. This one's cast, this one's cast. So like this section right here, this little guy plus this guy, is the only time it has to stand still versus Frostfire, which a portion of this is instant cast, but a lot of it's also not instant cast. These are all instant casts, but these are, you know, let's say 2/3 hard cast, plus we've got the shifting power. It is a lot more hard casting. So I made this meme. Because this was my reaction whenever I saw that shit. I was like, damn, I don't know if I want to play Frostfire, guys. I think I might have to pass on that one. That looks miserable. No audio? No, I think that's on your end. Pretty sure the audio is working. We had some audio issues at the start, but just scrub through that. Soccer awesome. You'll get there. You can't even hear me though. Just refresh. Yeah. So that's the situation. It's not ideal. Okay, let's make sure that we are flame striking here. Okay, so this is all pyro. Let's just go down the list. This is pyro. It's pyro. I think all of these are working the way they should. Pyro. Yeah, nothing's flame striking yet. Okay, so now if we go back here and I tell it like 10 bosses, some of these should flame strike, some of them shouldn't flame strike. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm not really down to just like mash my Frostfire Bolt all day. I'm not really down for that. Yeah, even if it is like close in damage to Sunfury, I don't think I'll be playing that. If I'm being real with you. It is fun as like a, I guess like a spec you could play like in farm or something. But no, so what happened, Jake, is Soccer probably clicked the YouTube VOD but didn't go live with it. So he's looking at the start of the stream when I had audio issues. Because I did have audio issues when I went live at first. So he's probably like 20 minutes behind us or something. That's probably what's going on. But yeah, so going back to the Flame Strike target count, yeah, there is going to be a point where we want to Flame Strike, but a lot of it comes down to timing, like how much time spent. Okay, so this one should only be Pyroblasting. Wait, why are you Flame Striking? Where is Flame Strike even in here? Oh, is it the bird? Oh, it's this hyperthermia reacting. Wait, I missed the line. Hyperthermia react. Hold on, we gotta go back. Here it is. It's at the very top. That's why I missed it. Here, let's do this. And let's comment this one out. There's probably one for this other one too, if I missed this one. Should be here. Okay, let's run it again. Oh, oops, syntax. You know what? Wait, hold on. Let's just try to get this variable to work, because I'd rather just do it with the variable. I'm just going to delete this. And this one's the Sunfury one, so let's grab it first. Actually, we can just copy the APL for both. Are these the same? Hold on. Let me check something. Can I use the same APL for both of these? I think this is probably the more correct one. Hold on. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna grab the talents and the name. I'm gonna grab the gear. Gonna grab the tier bonus. Gonna delete this. Gonna copy Frostfire UI. Gonna comment these out. Let's see if I can just interchange these. And I'm gonna say copy equals. And will these perform the same? Let's see. We're running an AoE in single target. Because I like to just use one. At this point in like the PTR/beta/new patch process. There's always like a lot of different versions of the APLs floating around, and sometimes one will be better for one thing and another will be better for another thing, and it's the version control is never good because it's a lot of people working on it, and also there's a lot of like changes happening rapidly, so there isn't like a standardized one. So like you gotta be a little careful to make sure that you're like getting the right shit. Like, so you can see here, like there is like a slight difference between these two. I don't think it's talents. It's most likely something else, but maybe that's not big enough for it to matter. I'm gonna say I don't care, actually. But I'm gonna copy these talents here. We'll just keep this one in here. Just call it Alt. Okay, and then we'll just use the Frostfire APL for all this. Okay, so SFUIST, this is what we're gonna use for everything. Could be a talent difference too. No, it's not the talents. Okay. Okay, so this has the talent change. SFUIST, SFUIST, yes. So this should work. We'll copy this guy here. This will be our blast zone one. Okay. You want more cast time? Yeah, I guess they did that, huh? Yeah, you guys want more cast time? Boom, you got it. See, did I miss anything? Okay, we got the talents. We got the gear. We got everything. Just confirming we have the talents. Yeah, these are the talents. Okay, cool. And I want to just make changes in this APL, so let's grab the name. Do copy equals. And then we'll just do the same name, but with SF instead of FF. FF, SF. Okay, and now let's just change the variables. Here we go. Okay, so we should be able just to change these guys. And it should be good. Oh, let's just run it first. You hate SKB? Yeah, so that's fine, because you don't have to play anymore. Any SKB, totally fine. You're free of that. Love your bot that combines Twitch and YouTube chat. Yeah. It's nice to have both chats. I mean, mainly it's for me, so I can read them both at the same time. What's funny to me about the combined YouTube Twitch chat is that the YouTube and the Twitch chat have beef with each other. And they'll fight each other. You know I love you two equally, right? But there's like a weird rivalry between like the Twitch chat and YouTube chat. So there's like pros and cons, right? Like the Twitch chat has like the good emotes. They have like the really good emotes. They got like the animated ones, like that's the good shit, right? But the YouTube chat is like they got other things going for them, you know? To them it's like not about the emotes. They're here for like that good VOD, you know? Because on YouTube, like the VOD is so much better than Twitch. So you can just like look at whatever you want to look at. Okay, so this so far so good. This is good so far. These should all be the same. These should be the same. Yes, they're good. Okay. Tribalism, yeah. It's real, man. It's real. Don't get caught up in the chat wars. Sometimes the Twitch chat will like have my back on something and the YouTube chat won't, or vice versa. Just cracks me up. Okay, let's see. So we're better. It's okay. You can say it. See, there it is. There it is. It's already started. Yo, what's up, Winchester? Please help settle a debate I'm having with friends. Is there ever a point where race simming matters? Race simming matters whenever you're looking at your character and you have the icon that says change race or race change, and you're like, you've already clicked it, and you're on the screen where you're looking at which race to pick, and then you tab out, and then you do the sim. That's where race sim matters. But it only matters like 0.1% or like 1% or something like that. It's very small. So like in the grand scheme of things, it only matters if you care a lot. So if your friends don't think it matters, then they probably just don't care as much as you do. So yeah, it does matter to a certain extent, but race sims are like the last thing you want to do though. Like the last thing. You still want to do them, but it's literally the last step because like everything else needs to get sorted first. And then at the very, very last second, whenever you're like, okay, wait, what do I want to do here? Which race do I want to play? What if I got like 1% more damage? So like if you super duper care about parsing, then yeah, race does matter. Also, if you care about pushing, race does matter because dwarf is like really good for pushing because stone form is insane. Less ads than Twitch? Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could do something about the Twitch ads, guys. I'm sorry. I have no control over it. Yeah, damage difference is very small, but like if you're trying to parse, it can make a difference. The bigger thing though is pick something that you know is good, and then at the very end you can like swap it around and see if maybe something else might be better. Like Magheart Orc or something like that. But I think for us, it's gonna be like Tauren, Dwarf, Mechanome. I think Mechanome is going to start falling off a little bit though, but I think it'll still probably be like the best. But Mechanome has like a flat amount of int it gets per level, and that amount isn't going to change over the expansion. It's just going to be flat. Whereas the characters that give you secondary stats are also flat, but they do scale in the sense that like if I have, let's say I have 20% haste, right? Versus an amount of int that's equal in damage. Over the course of the expansion, I'm going to have more int in the end. So it might be better for me to swap over to the one that isn't flat int, because the value of int would be lowered, right? It's not that the secondaries are scaling out of control, it's that the int is like less valuable in the end because I have more of it. That's how it works. But yeah, just run your own sim. That's the way to do it. Devastation Evoker stuff. We're focusing on the mage stuff, but I will be doing dev stuff soon. I also did dev stuff a lot in my last stream. But I'm working on the Wowhead stuff now, and I'm trying to remind myself how some of the stuff works. Okay, so let's see. So this one should be doing flame strikes. Yes, this one should be doing... Oh, this one's also doing flame strikes. Okay, so we'll check this one. Maybe 99 wasn't the value then. Wait. Yeah, okay. Wow, this one's a lot more frostfire bolts. What the heck's going on here? Oh, it's hard casting flame strike. Okay, so higher number is bad actually. That's why. It's hard casting flame strike. Yeah, someone might have explained how these variables work before. I remember using these before, but I forgot how to use them. See if there's something I can just look up real quick. DGen says APL variable options. Okay, let's take a look at this. This variable specifies the number of targets at which flame strike out of combustion should be used. Variable specifies the number of targets at which hardcast flame strikes outside of combustion fillers should be used. Okay, wait, that's how I was using it though. So if I put it at like 999, it shouldn't use it, right? So I thought. Because I'm saying you need 999 targets to use it. Oh, maybe it's in the value. I need to change it. Oh, this is declaring it. Okay, the variable's being declared here, and then the value's being put in. Oh, I see. So I need the 999 over here. Okay, that should make it stop casting flame strike. Okay. What's the spec for raid next tier? I mean, it's really close between fire and frost. So you can play fire or frost. They're both really good. Arcane is a bit behind. It's like 10% behind. So I don't know if I'd recommend Arcane, but they'll probably buff at the last second. But yeah, you can just play fire or frost. And when it comes to fire, you can play Sunfury UI. That'll probably be the best experience. You can technically play frostfire UI as well, but I think you'll find that the experience is probably not to your liking. He's accepted that Arcane will be meta. Yeah, I think he's trying to jinx it, but like reverse jinx it. I think he's trying to like make it so that Arcane isn't the one to pick by just saying it is, right? He's like mind gamesing Blizzard right now. Because if he's saying that to Blizzard, maybe they're thinking, oh, we need to nerf it. So I think Hopeful's being a little he's being a little sneaky with it, right? And I approve. Because Because if Blizzard watches him and then he says like, oh, it's inevitable that we play Arcane, then Blizzard's gonna be like, oh, we need to nerf Arcane. Because, you know, they're not looking at like the actual data. They're like, oh, that's what people are saying. Let's nerf it based on the vibe. And then they nerf it, and then we don't have to play Arcane, and then we have a fire tier and poggers, dude. Yes. Sounds like a fucking plan. Let's do that. I like this plan. So yeah. I mean, listen, Arcane could be it, right? But I think they need a little love, just a little bit. Just like a little drop of love. This is the type of music people build keyboards to? Yes. I mean, it could be Arcane because of funnel, yeah. It's true. It does have good funnel. Listen, I'm on board. Yeah, it's going to be Arcane, 100%. So maybe they need to nerf that. Yep, I'm on board. Okay, yes. So this is the damage 10 targets over 5 minutes, yeah? And you can see that the difference between flame striking versus pyroing only as Sunfury, there's definitely a difference, but it's not like a huge amount. I guess it is kind of big. But this is 5 minutes and this is 10 targets, right? Let's just put this in the folder. And we'll say 5 minute 10 target, so I can reference this later. Okay, and let's go back, and then let's do 40 seconds 10 bosses. Yeah, we've done a lot of Arcane prog lately. Is another Arcane tier inevitable? It could always happen, man. There's a lot of cleave in this raid. There's a lot of cleave. So it could be. But I think on the pure single target bosses, you'll probably play like Frost or Fire. They're both pretty close. Personally, I would play Sunfury Fire. But here's the deal. We can talk all day about what things are right now, and it doesn't matter. Because today is not the day the patch comes out. Right? So any speculation we have right now is kind of useless. It's a good little experiment. It's good to chat about. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter because we don't know what they're going to change today or tomorrow, the next day, or 2 weeks from now, or by the time you actually get to the end boss. I mean, just look at last year, right? How many different versions of Arcane did you play on Queen Ansarek? Right? Is there any way you could have foreseen that during the beta? No. Oh, fight length is being hard set. Hold on, we gotta fix that. Yeah, another Arcane Barrage buff. Yeah, they'll do it. That's what we need. Another Arcane Barrage buff. I'm thinking a 10% Arcane Barrage buff. What do you guys think, chat? 10% Arcane Barrage buff. That might be good. I think that's just what Arcane needs, actually. Just a 10% Arcane Barrage buff. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll fix everything, actually. If we just buff Barrage by 10%. You know, why haven't we thought of this before? It's such a good solution. It just, like, fixes everything. Yeah, let's just buff that by 10%. I think it works, guys. Good fix there. And if it doesn't fix it, then hear me out. What if we nerf it by 10% and then we buff Blast by 10%? But then if that doesn't fix it, then we'll go back and we'll do the opposite, but we'll buff it by 20%. And we'll just keep going back and forth until people are happy. Guys, I think I'm ready to work at Blizzard. Hear me out. What if we also made it so Burden of Power doesn't work anymore on Barrage? And then we like make it stop working on other precision too. This might just be the solution. Okay, we got our 10 target ones done. Let's take a look at these. They're looking for new employees. Yeah. I'm sure with my suggestions, they'll be like, hire this man instantly. Well, let's go to 8 targets first, actually. Buff Barrage 10%. Revert Resonance to work in single target. Oops, Barrage does too much damage now. Remove it from Nether Precision. Burden of Power. Oh, wait. Oops, we broke everything. Okay, put it back. Quick. Quick, put it back. Quick. Wait, hold on. Get rid of Intuition. Put Nether Precision back with Aether Vision. Yep, Aether Vision's back. All right, good. All right, hear me out. What if raid bots added this thing where while you're waiting for the sim, it pulls up Subway Surfer over here on the right, and then you can watch the Subway Surfer while the sim is running. We can do that in the stream. We actually have the power to change this. Okay, this is... Oh, you know what? This one I said it was 10 minutes. It's 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll keep it 8. Okay, hold on. I'm cooking something. Retrieving information. Dude, I had this app that was so good for downloading YouTube videos, and now it just like doesn't work half the time. Kind of annoying. I have to like update it constantly. It like refuses to work unless I update it. Alright, fuck you. I'll update. God damn it. I hate when apps like strong arm me into updating them, man. I feel like I'm getting fucking owned. You guys feel that way? Like, why is an app telling me what I gotta do? Like, you're on my computer. You listen to me. Why the fuck you telling me what to do? I want to put these all together so I can kind of look at them all at the same time. This is 8 targets, 5 minutes. Hold on, here we go. Wait, why is it this aspect ratio? Okay. This is our 45 seconds, 8 target. And then I'm gonna need to make it so it uses flame strike at lower target counts. They should show a character doing what the EPL does in the sim. That'd be cool. Don't update, uninstall, reinstall. Yeah, I guess that kind of does the same thing, right? But it's like more alpha. You're winning versus the program. Okay, we need to make sure that this thing does what we want it to. Hold on, it might already be doing what I want it to. Let's just run it. If 5 targets. Let's see. I think it's gonna pyro. Help with 2 things. Why do you cast 5 frost bolts at the beginning of the pull as frostfire? Is there a spec in 11.1 frost mage without glacial spike? I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna find no. Hold on. Is this one flame striking? Yes. Okay, good. Is this one flame striking? Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, so you're asking if there's one where you can like avoid glacial spike. I don't think that's the case. I'm not looking at the frostfire frost sim right now though. Looking at fire. But if it's getting 5, it's probably just getting icicles, right? I don't know. If you have an example of the sim, I can permit you to link it if you want. It could be the stack that's chill. It could be something else. If you send me the actual sim, I can tell you. Here, let me permit you 1 second. All right, link the sim. All right, this is 5 minutes, 5 targets. Yeah. Here, we got it in the background now. Well, so if you have a sim that looks like this, you can link it. Or if you have a sim that looks like, once my web browser responds like this, you can also link it. I'll permit you again. Okay, 40 seconds. Yeah. Mechagon bracers are best in slots, but they're not best in slot by like a huge margin. So if you don't want to farm them, you don't have to. But they are best in slots, so you should probably farm them if you care. I'll tell you what, I'm definitely farming them shits. Because I like the way that they play. Mechagon bracers feel really good because you basically you get to do your glorious incandescence a little sooner whenever you have Mechagon bracers. Because you'll do your opener and you'll do like, you know, Fire Blast, Pyroblast, Fire Blast, Pyroblast, Fire Blast, and then you Mechagon bracer. And then Pyroblast, and then you get to do another Fire Blast, Pyroblast, and it just like increments you one closer. What trinket should you be looking out for? Basically the same trinkets every class is looking for. I have Kazan, or Kazan, whatever. And the other one is the Mugsy one. Why were they not Bis this phase? Because Mechagon isn't out this phase? What do you mean? Yeah, and Spymaster for Arcane, that's true. Yeah, Spymaster's still good. They're gonna need to nerf that trinket. Mechagon bracers come from Workshop. Workshop right now is not a dungeon you can run. It doesn't scale up to your max level if you get the bracers from Workshop. So that's why we can't use the bracers right now. Just like if you were to put on a legendary from Legion, you couldn't use it, right? Same concept. Yeah, we got the Subway servers going. No. No, they're adding Workshop back. Workshop is back, baby. Yeah, so get the fuck in there and farm up your bracers like a good boy. That's what I'll be doing. At least there won't be a dungeon trinket to farm. Well, if you're playing Sunfury, you also want more than just bracers from Workshop. You also want the staff. The staff is really good for Frostfire. Not so much for Sunfury, though. But for Frostfire, it's pretty good. The issue is our weapon embellishments are like kind of hard to pass up, and like if you use the staff, you can't use the offhand, right? So if there was a way to do the staff as a one hand and then have the offhand embellishment still, I'm pretty sure we'd want that staff as like Sunfury too. But there isn't a way to do that, so all good. What does the staff do? It zaps you and it gives you int. But it's an on-use and it shares with on-use trinkets, but good thing we don't use those. Well, I guess in Mythic Plus you could, though. In Mythic Plus, the card is really good. The, like, House of Cards thing. It's just like Giga Mastery. It's always good in Mythic Plus to have an on-use trinket. Ruby? Oh, I don't think we gotta worry about that, guys. It's fine if you're playing Fire. Don't gotta worry about that one. I hate that it like refreshes the size of the video whenever it starts over. There we go. Arcane Dream dead? No, I don't think it's dead. It could be alive, but it could be dead. In single target, it's kind of dead, but I mean, what boss is single target in this raid? Not many of them. Pretty much everything is cleave, right? So, yeah. Pretty good chance it gets some use. And also, tuning will happen, I'm sure. But listen, if you don't want to play Arcane, just say Arcane is overpowered and Blizzard needs to nerf it. And maybe they'll nerf it based on the vibes. But if you want to be good, just say it's unplayable. It's terrible. You can't play it. It's so bad, no one can play it. Maybe they'll buff it. The truth is somewhere in between. It's like not nearly as good in single target as some other specs, but it's like pretty good in cleave. So, and there's a lot of cleave. The prio damage is really where it like excels. It's like funnel. People call it funnel. Yeah. It's pretty good at that. So I'm not going to rule it out, but I'm hoping to play fire. Because I like Sunfury Fire, and I did all my testing of Sunfury Fire, and it was pretty fun. But I'll take an Arcane tier. You know what I will not abide about, though, is a Frost tier. I will fucking give anything for it to not be a Frost tier. If it's an Arcane tier, I'll be happy. If it's a Fire tier, I'll be even happier. If it's a Frost tier, I'm molding. I'm molding hard as fuck. I do not want that. I played Frost, dude. I've never been so bored in my life. Holy fuck. What a boring spec. Good God. There was a time when I liked Frost a lot, but I just don't like what they've been doing with Frost recently, and I'm not a fan of it. You either choose fucking gambling, right? Or you choose like Sleep Simulator. It's rough out there, man. There's no winning. It's either boring as fuck or it's frustrating. But I think the gambling might be like not as bad. I'm pretty sure the Gamba is probably better. I know a lot of people, myself included, like their first reaction was thinking that the gambling would be worse with the change, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be better because you get less splinters for the orb. So I'm pretty sure the Gamba is like not as bad. But we'll have to wait and see what the sims say. I'm not simming Frost today though. But if it's Frostfire Frost, that's fine. It's just a little boring. But yeah, if it's a fire tier I'm molding. When's the last time we had a fire tier at the start of progression? I'm trying to think. So fire was really good in Nyalotha. Fire was good. Sepulcher? No, it wasn't good at the start of Sepulcher. Yeah, I could see if you did progression at like a normal rate though, it'd be good then. Because it got buffed like right after the boss died. So like, I guess it being a fiery tier depends on when you started the tier. Or like when you got to the end boss. They gave it like a giga buff at the end though. Like the end of, like if you're like on the boss early. It was like the end of your prog. But for a lot of people, I think, they were probably like getting to the boss whenever fire got to that point. Is the bot not working? Well, let me check Streamlabs. There's this weird thing that happens with the bot where it'll just turn itself off sometimes for no reason. And then I have to go poke it. Oh wait, this website's redesigned. Yeah, they probably broke it. Whenever they redesign this website, it always fucks it up. Cloudbot. Cloudbot, activate. Okay, let's see. Alright, the bot is on, so if it's not responding, then it's just fucking lagging or something. There, it worked that time. Listen, it listened to me. I don't know why I didn't listen to you, sorry. The bot just doesn't respect you, I guess. Willax. Sorry about that. Someone in chat, tell me what build the BZ. BZ stands for Blast Zone. Yeah. I had rank 1 world fire kill on the boss in that raid normal for like a week. My crowning achievement. Nice job, Trash Lemon. Very nice. You should call up your parents and tell them. That's what I do whenever I parse. Hey mom, you won't believe it. My mom would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Actually, she'd be like, oh, I'm so proud of you. She would have no idea what I'm talking about, but she would say that. That's actually what would happen. She'd be like, oh, I'm so happy for you. and she would have no clue what I'm talking about. Normal parses though are yeah, there's a lot of ways to parse normal. One way is just kill the boss really fast. Okay, so at 3 targets is we're not flame striking. Yeah. Okay, so we can cut this off here. Okay, let's take a look at what we got. All right, Subway Surfers, get out of here. Okay, let's see. So I put these all together for us to review. And I wanted to see how things change for faster pulse. So like right down here. Okay, so this is 4 targets. So at 4 targets, 5 minutes, it's better to pyroblast, right? Only pyro. And then at 45 seconds, it's like way better to flame strike. So the reason I put the sim together, or wait, it's not way better. It's just, it is better though. Yeah. So the reason I put this together is to show the difference in how the time spent in the pull affects the target count as well. That was the point of this. So as you can see, they flip, right? The priority here. But I'd say in general at 4 targets, definitely better to pyroblast as Sunfury, regardless of the amount of time left. It's slightly better to flame strike, but the pyros are like right behind it. So that's close enough where I'll say it's probably just better to full on pyro at 4. And then at 5, this is where I'm guessing we'll see some variance here. So at 5, flame strike is better at the lower time period. And it's also better at the higher time period. But it's less priority damage. So yeah, at 5 targets, you can flame strike. And regardless of how much time you have left, it's probably worth it. But it becomes even more worth it. That might actually be the same. Yeah, so maybe Sunfury is pretty easy. Maybe it is just cut and dry 5 targets. Just, you know, you have the option to do it at 5 targets. But here, let's look at what if I don't want a flame strike though? What if I want to pyro only? So if I'm pyro only, Sunfury up here, then I'm losing like a pretty considerable amount at 10 targets. But if we look at a shorter time period, I'm losing like a lot. Yeah, this is a pretty big gap. 4 million. I think how big is this? So here's the difference here. Yeah. So it is worse, yeah. So I mean, everything we said before holds up, but I think it is pretty cut and dry. Okay, yeah, just 5 targets. It's just 5 targets, but if you want to do Pyroblast, like, you'll probably be more effective for your team, right? Because think about it like this. If you attack the main target, like the big one, and you kill it faster because you're prioing damage on that target, you're going to finish the pull faster. And that's beneficial to your entire team, and you'll go through the dungeon faster. So it isn't too bad. Like, you're not losing too much doing single target prio on the target. You are losing some. About 5 targets, it's better to... I mean, it's really close here too, though. I think you could argue maybe 6 targets. I'll just... How do we summarize this? I guess you could say it like, you can flame strike for more damage starting at 5 targets, but it's going to be about neutral. So it's probably better to just keep pyroblasting. But as you approach higher target counts, it becomes more important to flame strike. So like at 8 minutes, you can see here, or this is 5 minutes. Flame strike is just like way better at 8 targets, right? And then over here, if you look at the time period shortened, it's like even more important. So the question isn't like where you can start flame striking, it's like where you probably should flame strike, which are like 2 different things, right? One is like you have the option, the other is like you should probably flame strike. Let's run this again at 6 targets. Yeah, or hear me out, just fucking pad the meters, baby. Number go burr. Wowhead update will be when season 2 kicks in. Yeah, so here's the I'll just show you. I've been working on this. Here's the BIS list. I got a couple pages done already. I haven't done the trinkets yet, but I did all the BIS lists for Sunfury and for Frostfire, so these are all locked in. Something really interesting I found out with the rings is like, let me save what I have right here real quick before I refresh this. I'll just show you a sneak peek. So yeah, something really interesting with the rings is that the circlet is actually pretty good. The circlet does lose eventually, like you can find better rings than the circlet, but it kind of depends on like a couple things. Number one, so the best setup is the RNG ring with high haste, low mastery for Sunfury. For Frostfire, it's going to be high haste, low versatility. The ring can have different stats. It's completely random. So not only does it have to roll haste and mastery, it also needs to roll high haste, low mastery. If it's high mastery, low haste, that's not useful for you. It needs to be high haste. But if it's high mastery or high verse, it's probably pretty good. But that's like rare, right? Because first off, the ring has to drop, and second, it has to drop with the stats you want. And then third, it needs to put them in the order you want to. So the chance of getting this ring exactly the way you want it, it's pretty rare. And then the rare ring, the ring that's actually flagged as being rare, is best in slot. But the thing is you kind of need like another good ring with it. Because I ran this sim, the Jaster Diamond. I ran this with other stuff, and it was throwing off my circlet because it was like pushing my mastery too high. So like that's something you have to be aware of. Like you need to have your haste be your highest stat. for your circlet. And just, you need like a fuckload of haste anyways. Like fire just wants like infinite haste. So like you can run this diamond with like a really high haste ring and it's like best. But I found that if I didn't have like a really juicer ring to pair it with, it was actually worse than other options. I think that's just because I like, I'm like dropping a lot of haste with this ring. But it is best in slot. So like the 2 best in slot rings are the super rare and the RNG one that's also going to be rare. But there are other rings too. So this one right here is free. Everyone can get this ring and it's actually pretty good. It's competitive with like 665s and it even outperforms a lot of the 679s or whatever the I'm level set to. So it's actually like really fucking good and it's free. So like you should definitely rock the circlet, at least starting out. And then there's an alternative ring you can get from a dungeon, which is high haste, but really you're just looking for haste. Like it's that simple. For frostfire, you're looking for more like haste and burst. So something's changed. Also weird, you're using the Mechagon workshop weapon. It's like better than every other weapon. So you don't use weapon embellishment, so it's kind of awkward if you want to go frostfire because you're gonna have to like kind of go one or the other. But if you want to go frostfire, like this neck is pretty good. It's like an embellished neck. So I'm personally gonna stick with Sunfury. What's the Wowhead post? This one, yeah? Oh, we have a video to watch. You got jump scared by the monkey? What's the monkey? Oh, there's a question before I missed. Is there a build that focuses on blasting a single target that will cleave groups? Something simple but can do 10, 12 decently easy. Huh? You're asking like, is there a build where like you just attack a target and it kills everything around it? Because that's kind of how Arcane works. But you get like more damage on your target. It's also kind of how fire works if you just like don't use flame strike. Okay, let's watch this video. You can run Firefall as well. So like these sims don't have Firefall, but Firefall is actually really good if you're gonna pyro only. In fact, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to do that. Hold on, okay. Let's watch the video, and then I'm gonna rerun some of these sims, not all of them, just 5, 6, 7 target, just those 3, and I'm gonna have it run Firefall as the pyro only one, and I think it might actually give it an edge. Okay, anyways.
Hello there, and welcome to a complete
Hey guys, how's the audio?
complete overview of the major update of the War Within, patch 11.
How's the audio, guys?
1.1 under.
Here, let me turn up a little bit.
This update introduces a ton of exciting features, including a new epic.
Okay. Hello? Crisp. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I bumped it up like, we'll do like 300%. Here we go.
Hello there, and welcome to a complete overview of the next major update of the War Within, patch 11.1, Undermined. This update introduces a ton of exciting features, including a new epic zone to explore, a brand new 8-boss raid with some incredible looking rewards to obtain, a fresh dungeon to conquer, highly anticipated updates and changes to delves, the launch of Season 2 of the War Within.
Guys. Is anyone anticipating updates to delves? I'm sorry, Mr. GM. I'm gonna have to call your bullshit on that one. Highly anticipated? Is that the word any of y'all would use to describe delve updates? Okay, he's just doing his job, but I had to call that one out.
Within, and so much more. So let's start off by talking about the brand new zone. After being spoken about and teased for many years, we are finally heading to the goblin capital city of Undermine. You may not know this due to the very convincing sky, but this zone is actually located deep underneath Azeroth. Like many new zones in World of Warcraft, this features a full story campaign with a ton of fun and exciting
Okay, I actually did the story in Undermine. It's actually good. I like Undermine. I think I'm coming around, dude. Okay, there was a time a long time ago with World of Warcraft where I used to read the quests, and I'm talking like back when I was like, you know, we're talking like vanilla, like when I first started playing WoW. And some of the zones had like really interesting quests, and I'd like read all the quests, and it was like really interesting to me. And then I did that up until I think like Cataclysm, where they lost me somehow, and I just like stopped doing that. And then something weird happened this expansion. So I went and I did the spider quests in the Spiderland zone, did their whole, quest hub in the town. And I found myself reading the quests again. And I was actually surprised and delighted by those quests. And I promise you, I'm not being paid to say this. I actually liked the story, at least in the spider zone. It got me interested again. So then I was like, maybe I am going to read some quests. Not all of them, but just like the ones that seem interesting. And so I did that whenever I was on the PTR on Undermine, because I'm just like taking my time anyways. And yeah, I actually liked it. It was good.
Side quests to keep you busy in the zone. Of course, as well, the zone features many world quests. One of my favorite world quests in the zone is one called Boom Ball, which is essentially a goblin-themed golf mini-game, but instead of a golf ball, you're hitting a bomb, so you have to get a hole in one, and it's kind of chaotic, and I love it. A new 20-level renown track, The Cartels of Undermine, has been added with various...
Okay, the cloth gear, by the way, looks like shit. I'm sorry, I have to call this out. Yeah, when I became a min-maxer, I stopped reading. It's true. It actually was kind of like when it happened. Yeah, look at this, dude. Okay. I'm sorry, but like the other ones look pretty good. This one, I'm not into it, man. It is kind of funny though. It's like funny in like a, in a stupid way. I think they definitely captured like the Megamind angle, because you literally have like your brain is getting juiced up by like your like pauldrons.
Various cosmetic.
But like the other ones are pretty cool, right? Like this one's pretty cool.
Mounts.
Oh, the mount's actually my favorite mount, but just recolored. I don't know how I feel about that yet. I use this mount. It's the blue rocket, but it does look good.
Updates to the zone and culminating in a title called The Explosive. So tons of great rewards from this new renown. On top of that, there are also 4 sub-factions within Undermine. These are...
By the way, the zone is incredible. I think people right now, I've noticed like a rift between players. There's like the people who have played WoW forever, and I've noticed that the people who play WoW forever are like all about the goblin aesthetic. They're like, fuck yeah. And I'm in that camp too. Like I love it. And then there's like the new money WoW. And I've noticed with them, they like seem put off by it. They're like, oh, I don't like it. I don't like how it looks. I think that there's maybe like some ancestral knowledge we have as like old money WoW, where we know whenever it's goblins, that's the good shit, right? Like we've been there. We've seen all the trends. We've like recognized the patterns. Like we know goblin themed equals good. But I think the new money WoW people just don't know yet, because they haven't had a goblin themed patch before like this. So they haven't experienced it and they don't know, but I think they'll come around. I think my prediction for this, if everything goes the way I think it will, my prediction is that this will be remembered as one of the best like zones, raids, patch areas, etc. Like I think people will come to love this just based on the aesthetic and the storylines, and also the bosses seem pretty good too. They could blow it, right? They could blow it, but I'm thinking this will be a banger. And I think we'll look back on this and we'll be like, yeah, that was that good shit. Clip it, ship it. 2 years from now, I think we're all going to be talking about how this was one of the best raids. It might be a little too early to say, but I'm just saying like the aesthetic, just based on the aesthetic alone, it's really good. There's a lot more that goes into a raid than that, but it does a lot of heavy lifting. So if it's like even halfway decent, I think it'll be a banger.
Different goblin cartels from Warcraft history, including the Steam Weedle, Bilgewater, Blackwater, and the Venture Company. And each week your warband will choose one of these to support and gain reputation for. But not only that, while in Undermine, you'll have a brand new way to get around. This is a new system called Drive, which is essentially a dynamic ground mount similar to skywriting right now, but on the ground. With this system, you'll have a new mount called the G99 Breakneck, which is used to blast around the streets of Undermine, using acceleration and drifting to get around the zone. This is a really fun system and a really cool way to get around, and you can also tailor your car to your playstyle with the ability to customize your speed and drift, as well as the color of your mount as well, if you want to do that.
That's fun. Microphone rumbles a bit. If you set a high pass filter around 60 to 80, I bet it will disappear. High pass filter, hold on. Okay, it's so my mic is a Shure SM7B, and I have it plugged into a cloud lifter, and then it goes into a Go XLR Mini, and then the Go XLR Mini goes into my stream PC. So you're saying high pass filter, a buzz when you queue up? Yeah, I've noticed this. I think there's a short actually. I think there's a short, and I don't know how to fix it because I've noticed that there's like a hum, and I bought this thing actually recently. Literally, I have a right here. This is a ground loop for my headphones because it has that hum, and I think it's actually an issue with the Go XLR. I think what's happening is maybe there's like some sort of loop that's affecting the Go XLR, and I hear the hum myself through my headphones. But we're looking to like not stick around here for too long, so hopefully I'll be moving on. So what I've kind of decided is I'm gonna probably just deal with it for a little bit and try to like fix it whenever I get my new setup going. It's like whenever you plug a guitar into an amp, the initial hum. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's the hum I hear too. And I've noticed it even if I don't talk, even if I don't even have audio, even if I have my Go XLR settings all turned down to 0, it's still there in my headphones. So I'm like 99% sure it's not the microphone, it's not the cloud lifter, it's not the computer. I'm pretty sure it's the Go XLR that's the problem. I think the Go XLR itself has some sort of loop that's occurring. I don't know the technical term for it, but I think it's somehow got like a weird little hum to it because of like the electricity of everything on the desk being, you know, routed around and how I have my setup. You don't hear anything? Yeah, you'll only hear it if you've got really good headphones, or if you have it like turned really loud. Because I didn't notice the hum until I bought these new headphones. These are like these Sony headphones. They're really nice. Got them as like a Christmas gift for myself. And they, yeah, until I had these headphones, I didn't even notice it. As long as the filter is on the final signal, it'll go away. The final signal. Okay, so that would be the audio line from my Go XLR because it's a line out going to the stream PC. And so what I could do is I could get a ground loop isolator and I could put it on the headphone jack that goes from the Go XLR to the stream PC, and that should eliminate it. It'll also turn it down, so I have to like crank it up a little bit, but that would fix it, I think. Maybe if I moved it, I might try that after the stream. Anyways, I'm getting off track.
So certainly traversing Undermine is just going to be a unique experience all round. And of course, as you'd expect, there will be races around the city for you to complete in your brand new Hot Rod. Arriving with Season 2, we're getting a new raid, the Liberation of Undermine. This is a brand new 8-boss raid featuring some really cool bosses like a biker gang, a mecha T-Rex and gorilla, a DJ boss called Rick Reverb, and culminating with a battle with Chrome King Gallywix.
There he is, dude. There he fucking is. The Wix himself. Dragon riding on the ground. Yeah, it's actually, imagine dragon riding, but instead of being able to fly in the air, you're only able to fly through trees. They have improved it, though.
This of course will feature everything you'd expect from a modern raid, including some brand new class tier sets, tons of great looking goblin themed transmog, a brand new mount from Galliwix called the Prototype ASMR, and a mythic exclusive mount called the Big G, which absolutely looks amazing. This raid will also feature its very own 20 level renown track that will progress through raid participation and reward cosmetics, a Mechasaur mount, raid skips and portal, a flat damage and healing buff will also be tied to the renown levels that will help you with your progression through the liberation of Undermine. This raid is of course available in Raid Finder, normal, heroic and mythic modes, and you can also experience the final Galliwix fight in story mode shortly after the launch of season 2. Along with a new raid in this patch.
So here's the new dungeon. And hold on one second. Yeah, so here's the new dungeon, and these saw blades are so fucking annoying, man. They spawn on you instantly. They instantly start dealing damage. If you do this on a higher key, like, you take so much damage right away. Like, you have to basically be running as they spawn, but they spawn so frequently that you have to just, like, spin the entire pull running. And then these snipers basically one-shot you with their snipe ability. So you have to, like, constantly stop them. I did this one, and I was fucking molding.
We're also getting a new dungeon called Operation Floodgate. This is a 4-boss dungeon located in the Ringing Deeps. You're going to be taking on the Dark Fuse and the Venture Company as they've commandeered the Waterworks Dam in support of Galliwix's operations in Undermine. The 4 bosses in this dungeon are exactly what you'd expect from a goblin-themed dungeon, with explosions and mayhem all around. This dungeon will launch in all difficulties, including follower mode, normal, heroic, mythic, and mythic plus, which is a great segue to talk about Season 2 of The War Within. With the new patch comes a new season, and with the new season comes a new Mythic Plus dungeon pool. Season 2 will feature 8 dungeons in the Mythic Plus pool, including Operation Floodgate, Cinderbrew Meadery, the Rookery, Dark Flame Cleft, and the Priory of Sacred Flame, all from The War Within. Returning this time around are the Motherlode and Mechagon Workshop from Battle for Azeroth.
Okay, is it Stockholm Syndrome why I like Workshop? Because I actually do like Workshop, but I can't figure out why. And the only thing I can think is that I've been trapped in here for so long, farming my fucking bracers, that I think I just like it because I've just, like, gotten used to it. There's, like, so many tiers where I had to farm bracers. Wait, hold on. Did I just fix the audio? Hold on. I just moved my laptop, which was on the desk, and I think it's actually better now. I don't think it's entirely fixed, but I think it's actually better now. Huh. Anyways, yeah, I've done this place so many goddamn times that I feel like I'm just... I've, like, embraced my prison. I actually like Workshop now.
And Theatre of Pain from the Shadowlands expansion. The new season also brings some new rewards for Mythic Plus, including the Crimson Shredder Tank for obtaining Keystone Master during Season 2, and for the first time there will be a mount reward for achieving Keystone Legend, called the Enterprising Shredder Tank. And
Keystone Legend, wait, this is the title range, right? I might actually have to get title this tier, if there's a mount.
Of course, dungeon portals as well as new titles. We will have a new season of PvP coming in Season 2. For arena enthusiasts, this season will bring a brand new arena called the Cage of Carnage, and this is located in Undermine. The vicious mount for this
season like a recolor.
Vicious Elect is located in Vage 2 of the Food of Pain from the Shadowlands expansion. The new season also...
So here's the normal one, right?
Brings some new rewards for Mythic Plus, including the Crimson Shredder Tank for obtaining Keystone Master during Season 2, and for the first...
What is this Keystone Legend? Is this title, or is it below title? This mount. Or within Keystone Legend. Oh, it's only 3k? Okay, never mind. I'm not going for title. But I will get 3k. Once they add a mount for that, I'll actually start doing it, but I do not give a fuck about a title, dude. I hide titles. I don't even show them.
First time that
I've gotten title before just to do it, but like, I feel like the reward is just not there. Like, it just feels like super not worth it to me personally. Because, well, I guess if I liked Mythic Plus a whole lot, I would feel differently, but because I don't, because I'm not like a huge fan of it, it's just the content, I kind of just do it to get it done. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it. It just seems like super not worth it. Just bragging rights.
there will be a mount reward for achieving Keystone Legend called the Enterprising Shredder Tank, and of course dungeon portals as well as new titles. We will have a new season of PvP coming in Season 2. For arena enthusiasts, this season will bring a brand new arena called the Cage of Carnage, and this is located in Undermine. The vicious mount for this season is the Vicious Electro.
Yo, wait, this mount's kind of cool. These aquatic beasts enjoy torturing Horde with their electric shock.
Eel. This will be available in Alliance and Horde variants, which look absolutely incredible. I love this mount so much. For Gladiators, you'll be fighting to obtain the prized Gladiators Fellbat in Season 2, which is a very cool looking Fellbat mount. Delves are getting some major updates.
Yo! Delve updates, let's fucking go. Lock in, chat. Lock in. Lock the fuck in! It's time for the Delve updates! Yo, everyone pay the fuck attention, alright? Delve updates. Let's go.
Of course, we will have our Season 2 of Delves with a new seasonal reward track and a brand new customizable mount, which has a unique gold customization by defeating the new Season 2 challenge Delve boss, the Underpin. But our pal Bran will be getting some love as well. Season 2 for Bran brings a new specialization, Tank. Yes, Bran will be using a shield and a pistol to tank for you inside Delves. Almost all the Delves from the previous season will be getting an update.
Yo, we gotta run that back.
Season 2 of Delves with a new seasonal reward track and a
new seasonal reward track.
Customizable mount, which has a
brand new customized. Okay, this one's actually cool. I do like the mount.
A unique gold customization by defeating the new Season 2 challenge Delve boss, the Underpin.
Oh, you know that guy's getting it.
But our pal Bran.
But dude, look, Bran with a shield? Okay, this is Pog though. Think about it. As a mage doing delves, what is the worst thing ever? Getting fucking meleeed for 90% of your health by every mob, right? So, and a lot of mobs can't be rooted. They can't be slowed. So guess what? Guess what fucking tank Bran does for you? He takes that damage so you don't have to. So this is actually, I began this ironically being over the top with it, but I'm actually fucking excited for this because Bran tanking actually makes the experience probably way better for like most classes. I think if you're arranged and you don't have a pet, so that's basically like mage, and you don't have heals, which is basically just mage. I think this is huge.
Season 2 for Bran brings a new specialized.
Shadow Priest is a pain too, but at least you have heals. As Mage, it's like even worse. But if you can kite the mob, it's way better for Mage. It just depends on if you can kite it or not. But as long as Bran doesn't die, if he can be a tank and if he holds aggro and if he stays alive, as long as I kill the mobs within a reasonable time period, and he doesn't get one shot by, you know, stupid shit, I'll be happy. Devastation Evoker is also not nearly as bad as Mage. I've done them in Delves both, and you do take a lot of damage, but like it's way less, man. Cause your armor is like so high, and like you have Renewing Blaze, you have you're just like tankier in general. I find that doing Delves as Dev Evoker is like probably half as painful as doing it as Mage. Doing it as Mage is like torture. You can just blast through it really easily, but also it's like, if you ever encounter like a mob that, especially when you're under geared, right? Because now we're all geared, so it's like fucking easy as shit, right? But like whenever you're under geared and you're first starting doing it, dude, the struggle was real. On my Ret Paladin though, it was so easy. So easy. I've never had an easier time in Delves, man. Oh, also my BM Hunter. BM Hunter, completely free. Ret Paladin, completely free. Devastation Evoker, it's like, all right. Before they nerfed it, it was a little shaky. Mage, I was like, yo, who wants to do Delves? I'm not doing the solo. He wants to group up. Because ain't no way I'm going in there solo whenever it was like pre-nerf and also I had bad gear. That shit was so painful. So like that's what it will be like if you're doing like super hard content on it or you're like under geared. And the fact that Bran can tank is like, that's a game changer.
Tank. Yes, Bran will be using a shield and a pistol to tank for you inside delves. Almost all the delves from the...
That's huge, man. Dur Hacky with the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome.
Previous season will
watch him tank only one mob. I mean, he might do that, but look, this attack looks like a cone.
be getting an update,
see
and
that?
we're also getting 2 brand new delves. The first one is Excavation Site 9, and this is located in the Ringing Deeps in a brand new area in the bottom right of the map. This is
Bro, there's no way you're doing delves pulling one mob at a time, unless it's a boss. This isn't a boss. This is just a... Oh, I guess it's a rare. Maybe you do pull this on its own.
in the bottom right of the map. This is an old Titan facility that's now been overrun with old god corruption. The other delve is Side Street Sloughs, taking you below Undermined.
Look, he's AoE tanking. He's doing something. This is a hunter though, so like he could be misdirecting them.
Through a twisted maze of...
What, old god? That, well, Willy boy, ain't that the question? Ain't that always the question, Willy boy?
Sewers to try and stop...
Listen, whenever we need a new plotline for WoW, we can just pull one out. Where's the fucking roulette wheel? Just spin the roulette wheel, and then like whatever letter it lands on, just like add a bunch of random characters afterwards. We'll just make a new one up. How's it going? What's up? Not much, man. We're just getting excited for delves, dude. We're getting hyped up. It started as ironic. Like at first we were ironically getting hyped up about delves, and then as I watched the video, I found myself actually getting hyped for delves. So I guess this video kind of accomplished their goal, right? Because I'm like a delve hater, but if they can like win me over in this video, then that's pretty good. I'm just hoping that the tank Bran actually fucking, you know, tanks and doesn't die. But yeah, if he can tank, that's kind of pog.
The Dark Fuse who have taken up shop down there. We're also getting a ton of class changes in patch 11.1, including a major overhaul to hunters. Specifically, marksman hunters are getting some huge changes with the choice to remove your pet, and in return, you gain a new eagle companion, which will swoop in and attack targets every now and then.
Wait, what's this? You get an eagle? Wait, so hunter has, so if you're a lone wolf, you get like an eagle that comes in and does shit. That's actually kind of cool. It'd be cool if you could control what kind of bird it is, though. It like make it so like it has to be a bird, but it can be like any bird, and then you can get a bald eagle, dude.
As well as gaining the ability to bloodlust without a pet, which is definitely being...
I'm refreshing your YouTube channel for the Evoker Guide for 2 days now. Navid, yeah, so like it's still getting worked on, man. I've got a lot of Wowhead stuff to get through. So it may not be right away, but here, I'll tell you a secret. This goes for everyone, chat. If you go over to my YouTube page and then you click the subscribe button and then you click the little bell, you can make it so it notifies you when the new videos drop. And if you do that, then you won't miss it. Also, I will post it in my Discord whenever it's ready, so you don't have to sit there refreshing looking for it. You can just go that route. Here's the schedule. So the next guide I release is going to be Flame Shaper Devastation Guide. That's going to be coming soon. I don't really have a good estimate for it because I've been working on Wowhead stuff. That's what we were doing in the background before we got to this video. And as soon as I get done with that, then I'm going to move on to the Evoker Guide. And then once I have the Evoker Guide mostly done, then I'm going to put out the YouTube guide for Flame Shaper. And then after that, we're doing Sunfury Fire. And I don't know what we're doing after that. But... yeah, if you get guides done early, which right now we're still early, right? If you get guides done early, what's going to happen is Blizzard changes stuff at the last second, and then everything you said in the video is now completely irrelevant. So if I were to put out a Flame Shaper Evoker Guide already, if I had already pressed upload on it, it would be super broad, because the only way I could make that video and not have to redo it is if it was just like not specific. So there's just like... This is unfortunately how it goes, right? If I put out a guide early, it will be wrong. If I put out a guide late, it can be right, but it's late. So there's no good answer. But I will try to get it out soon. I'm just telling you, there's there's a high chance if I make the guide right now, it's going to be changed by the time it goes live, or even by the time the patch comes out. So that's just how it goes.
Been a highly requested feature for hunters for a long time, and truly just a reimagining of the marksmanship specialization into more of a sharpshooter fantasy, which I really like. But obviously that's not all the class changes. If you're looking for any specific class changes, they can be found in the full patch notes. Also coming in patch 11.1 is an update to the warband character select screen. This is an update I've been looking forward to since the new updated select
this is actually cool.
was implemented.
You can change the background.
In patch 11.1, you'll be able to change the background of your warband character select screen. With this update, there will be a
Is Flameshaper the go-to talent hero talents now? No, but it is an option. So they've balanced it so that Flameshaper and Scale Commander, at least in single target, are like fairly close. I think for raid you can play Flameshaper the whole way through probably if you want, or maybe swap Flameshaper for certain things. For Mythic Plus though, if you're doing Mythic Plus, you probably just play Og. But if you were to play Dev, you would definitely not play Flameshaper. Flameshaper is like way behind in like mass AoE. You want to play Scale Commander for AoE. But yeah, that's the deal. So if you raid as Devastation, is the video quality low on purpose? It's 720. I can put it up to 1080, but it's 720 right now. But yeah, so you can play Flameshaper and raid if you want.
Selection of 5 unique backgrounds to choose from. These can be previewed on your Warband Collection tab in-game or on the character select screen itself, and it'll even tell you how to unlock them. As well as being able to change your background, you will also be able to create different camps for your characters with up to 20 in total, with 4 characters per camp, and you can even customize these camps by name and change the background for specific ones as well.
Yeah, Scale Commander is playable in both Raid and Mythic Plus. Flameshaper is playable in Raid. I mean, technically you can play the Mythic Plus, but you're just going to have a bad time.
Well, which is such an awesome update. And finally, a new update to the map with a new events tab. Now this events tab is awesome, and it does tell you when and where there are active events in the War Within. So for example, if you want to see where the World Soul Memory event is for that day, you can open up the events tab, click the World Soul Memory section, and that'll take you straight to the location on the map. A really great quality of life addition there. So there you have it. That's all of the content coming in patch 11.1 Undermined. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Okay, what are we most hyped about from this video? Obviously the raids, right? But let's not say the raid. Let's say something else. What are we most hyped for? I think it's Tank Bran. Tank Bran is Pog, dude. Let's fucking go. Okay. Bird is cool too. Yeah, if you play Hunter, Bird is cool. So there was something we were working on, and I kind of forgot what we were doing. We were doing this sim. There was something. Oh, Firefall. Yeah. Firefall. Okay, so we want to do Firefall. So we want to change this one specifically to do Firefall. Yeah, thank you, Comfykins. I remembered. Okay, so here we go. So we're just going to do this and do this. And changing this won't matter because we're not going to get the value out of convection anyways. So we're just going to leave that be. And then we will export this here. And paste this in here. And then let's see, is there an optimization for the Frostfire one that doesn't flame strike? Let's see. Frostfire UI, Pyro only. Let's look at the talents this is running. So it already has Firefall, obviously. Same story, we can't go convection, or we could, but it wouldn't change anything because we're not doing single target. I'm not going to change Ashen Feather because that's the talent we're always going to take. So let's just run it like this. Let's start with the standard sim. 5 target, 5 minutes, and run simulation. Okay, let's see what it tells us. Will I get kicked from Mythic Plus for playing Dev this season, or am I going to be happy? Well, you can always get kicked from a group. You probably... Here's what's probably going to happen. They're going to invite you, and then they're going to expect you to be AUG, and the expectation is the reason why you're getting kicked. But maybe if you put, like, Dev in your note, you won't get as many invites, but maybe you won't get kicked. But I think people are still going to want AUG, because, like, that's just how it goes, right? Let's say that AUG is actually worse. Let's say hypothetically AUG is actually dead, okay? They actually killed it. Let's just say this hypothetically. Okay. If they actually killed it, people would still kick you for not being AUG. I want you to know that. Even if it was dead, people would still kick you for not being AUG. Why is that? Well, it's because this sort of thing is not about what the performance actually is, right? The performance is overblown. That's true even now. It's more so about the perception. And so people aren't going to be all the way up to date on everything. And some people are going to be a little bit questionable or like questioning like the results or whatever. Like, so even if in this hypothetical, even if it was dead, you would still probably get kicked. So there's nothing you can really do to fix that unless it's just like removed from the game. But over time, that would change, right? Because these things are just like, they have like a, think of it like it, you know, it has to build up over time. So even if Dev is better, let's say, it would still take maybe a tier or two for people to like catch on, or maybe half a tier. But either way, I don't think it fixes the problem. I think you'll still probably run into the same issue. Just impress them with big numbers? Yeah, yeah. And that's another thing too. If you go into a key and you're playing Dev and you fucking own, people will be like, oh, wait, you're actually good. Hey, do you want to do another key? So even if you're like off meta, you can still get in. But as a DPS, there's really no, like no matter what, it's going to be hard to get into a key unless you have like really good gear or really good score. It doesn't matter if you're meta. It doesn't matter if you're off meta. It's still going to be hard to get into a group as a DPS unless you have something that sets you apart from everyone else. So that could be the spec that they want in the group, or it could be your IM level, or it could be your score or something else, right? But that's just how it goes as a DPS. Like, you just have to like deal with it. You don't really get to choose. Yeah, you can do your own key. That's the best way to do it if you really want to. People need weeks to realize AUG is not traditional DPS, and then you do so little damage. Why would I invite you? So obviously they'd need weeks again to realize if AUG was dead. Yes, exactly. It'll take time. I'm not saying AUG is dead though. AUG is not dead. It's not even close to dead. But I was just, in that hypothetical, it would still be the same problem, right? That's the point. Okay, so we are... so we're saying like Flame Strike at 5 targets, but we're going to drill down a little bit more on this because I'm going to compare a Firefall profile for Pyro only versus it. So this one right here is 5 minutes, 5 targets. Flame Shaper is fun in Raid. Should check it out. Oh, so the deal with Convection is it's just kind of a bad talent. It only works in single target, and even then it's like kind of bad. So I am not a fan of it. I think if you're gonna play Fire Mage in Mythic Plus, you want to get Master or Mark of the Firelord. So you're going to need to either pick up Quick Flame or you're going to need to pick up Convection. And I do not see a benefit to choosing Convection. All I see is negatives. And sure, you might have like, let's say 1% more damage in single target. If it is pure single target, which by the way, is very rare that that happens. But let's say that there is a pure single target. Sure, you get a little bit more damage there. But the price is that you're less flexible. You don't have Flame Strike if you want to use Flame Strike. So even if you don't want to use Flame Strike, there's still situations where you probably might want to, or probably will use Flame Strike, right? So like having the option is better in my opinion than having like the shitty convection damage. 3% damage on Meteor. It's pretty good. So this one is 5 targets. $5-minute. This one's 5 targets, 40 second. Okay. Let's go 6. What does BZ mean? Blast Zone. I read your guide is amazing, but I still want to ask you a question. As Devastation Invoker, should I use Shattering Star for AoE and fight? Gives you Essence Burst, so yeah. Absolutely. Use it if you don't have Essence Burst capped. It's very good. Essence Burst is good. It makes your spenders do 15% more damage, and it makes them free. And it's good. And it also makes the target take a little bit more damage, but that's not even the biggest part. The biggest part is the fact that it gives you Essence Burst. It's just a way to get Essence Burst. Which talents do you have for Frostfire Mythic Plus right now? I'll show you. Where can you find these sims for the best talent build? Well, I'm just running them. Not linking them. Just trying to collect some data. Right now, what we're looking into is Flame Strike target counts. So I have Blast Zone, Sunfury UI, Blast Zone, Frostfire UI, and I have Blast Zone with Firefall, Pyra only, for Sunfury UI. And I'm comparing the damage if you only Flame Strike versus if you only Pyroblast at different target counts and also at different fight lengths. Because what people ask is how many targets you Flame Strike at. That's not everything. There's other things to consider as well, like how important is it that I prioritize damage on one target is another question. And also, how long is the pull going to last is another question. How long do I have left in the pull, I guess is a better way to put it. So it isn't just about how many targets, it's also about how long you have left and also if you need to prio a target more than the other targets. I think I need to kill off some of these tabs because I think my web browser is like shit right now. But yeah, so Frostfire talents are right here. This is the talent build it's running. Are you sure about that? Because I don't know if you really want that. Look at the time spent. I'm just going to warn you, you spend a lot of time casting Frostfire Bolt as Frostfire. It's kind of bad. But yeah, if you're okay with turreting, I guess it's fine. What was this? 5 minutes, 6 targets, right? Yeah, six targets, 5 minutes. How is this using 4 gigabytes of memory? What the fuck? How? Dude, Chrome is so cooked. What the fuck? Chrome thinks that this tab is taking 4 gigabytes of RAM. Dude, Chrome, are you good? The fuck, dude? That's insane. We're just gonna kill this completely. Just gonna free up my resources real quick. Because Chrome is like literally sucking up everything. There we go. Now we're back to a reasonable number. Opera, yeah, I've been thinking about swapping off of Chrome. How the fuck can Chrome end up getting like so down bad that it uses 4 gigabytes of RAM for a tab like that? How's that even possible? Do you have the best Mythic Plus Sunfury talents? Yeah. What are... So, like, it depends on your preference for what you want to play, but here, I'll just show you. So if we go over to the PTR, I already did this for the new patch. This is what I plan to run in Mythic Plus, but if you want to use more fireballs and pyroblasts, you can just do this. So this is better if you're like flame striking less, and this is better if you're flame striking more. What about convection instead of quick flame? Why? Why would you do that? No flame strike build. Yeah, so what are you getting versus what are you losing with convection? Let's go through this mental exercise again. Okay, if I have flame strike then whenever the pack is getting close to dead, I can flame strike for more damage. At high target counts, I can flame strike for more damage. And if there's a bunch of little shitter mobs, I actually have something I can do to deal damage in that pack versus like basically being useless, right? So it gives me flexibility. So flexibility is very easy to get for Mythic Plus for Fire because all you have to do is just move one talent over, right? You need to get Mark of the Fire Lord. You have to get that talent, right? It's not optional. So you need to get that talent. You have two ways of getting it. You can either go through Convection or you can go through Quick Flame. If you go through Quick Flame, it gives you the option of Flame Striking. If you go through Convection, what are you actually getting? What is the actual benefit of this talent? Okay. If Living Bomb ever spreads to anything else, this talent does nothing. This talent only does something in pure single target. Okay, so what's the gain in pure single target? Let's say, let's give it like a lot of benefit of the doubt. Let's say 2%, okay? It's more like 1%, but let's just say 2%, even though it's not, okay? Okay, cool. So you get 2% more damage for how much of the dungeon? Fucking 5% of the dungeon, you get 2% more damage. So you're getting like 5% of 2%? This talent is dog shit. This is a bad talent. Like, you don't want this talent. The only reason to ever go this talent is if you're like, literally, there's no reason for you to ever flame strike. Okay? So what you're giving up versus what you're getting, this is a bad trade. You are giving up flexibility. You are giving up doing more damage overall. You are giving up the option to actually do something instead of sit on your ass whenever pulls have a bunch of little shitter mobs. You are losing so much by going Convection versus Quick Flame. This is like the worst fucking trade deal you could ever make. Even if you only plan to use Flame Strike a couple times in the entire dungeon, it is still probably better for you to go Quick Flame. Okay? This talent is just the ultimate trap. Do not play Convection. It is like so bad. It is such a weird edge case, like where you'd use Convection. Because if you're going Living Bomb, you're AoEing, right? Think about it like this. How many bosses have other random shit that happens in them where it's not AoE anymore? Or not single target anymore? How many bosses have an ad that spawns? Or there's a second boss? Or there's an affix that happens? Or, you know, trash gets pulled into the boss? Or like anything else takes damage during the fight other than the boss? There are so many cases where this talent just gets bricked. I want you to think through every case in a dungeon and think about how much value you're actually getting out of this talent. Because I promise you, it is less than you think. Unless you think it's 0. So yeah, this is a bad talent and you should probably not play it. Unless you are literally never pressing Flame Strike, which is like, there's always going to be a case to Flame Strike. Always. Even if you're like playing Turbo Ethical, there's always going to be a case for it. So in my opinion, this is just like a talent you should never pick. Until I am, until proven otherwise, I think this talent is so bad. And even if I'm going, like, you know, prio damage and I'm not flame striking like ever, I'm still going to pick this talent over Convection because it's that bad. So yeah, I don't think you should play Convection. I don't think most, like, unless you really know what you're doing, I think most players should not play that talent. If you know what the fuck you're doing, then yeah, play it. But like, if you don't, then you're probably just losing damage on it. So that's my hot take. That talent's fucking garbage. Just having like the option to Flame Strike is more worthwhile than having Convection. Is Fire Mage goated again? It's pretty good. Goated? Maybe not. Goated probably means it needs to be like overpowered, right? I don't think it's overpowered. I think it's pretty good. But yeah, appreciate that, like, as a fire mage, that, like, you can get, like, your big AoE talent, like, basically for free. Like, that's a benefit. So, like, don't throw away that benefit by putting convection in. Unless you, like, will literally never press Flame Strike no matter what. Like, you don't even have it on your bars. If that's the case, then I guess convection makes more sense. But I think you're wrong if that's the case. Like, I think you're playing wrong, but that's just me. There is a time and place for Flame Strike. Even if you're playing Turbo Ethical, there's still a case for it in certain situations. But I will say this. Pyro is like just Ignite Cleave with the Living Bomb. It's pretty good. It's definitely better than before. And like you can play that way and also take Quick Flame and just like, you know, adjust your playstyle instead of adjusting the talents. Flexibility is very good. Okay, 5, 6, 7. Let's go up to 8. I guess another analogy for it would be like if you let's say you do repair work and you like don't have any Phillips head screwdrivers, you only have flathead screwdrivers. And it's like, yeah, I can use the flathead screwdriver for everything. Like I can use it in the Phillips head and I can use it to screw stuff down, but like instead of having like a whole fucking workshop full of flathead screwdrivers, like what if you just had like one Phillips head? Like that might be useful in some case, right? Even if you don't plan to use it, like it might be a better tool for some jobs. So even if you don't plan to use it, even if 99% of the time the screw that you're trying to screw in there is a flathead one, you know, you might run into a Phillips head at some point, and then having that Phillips head, that's going to come in handy. So having the option, especially when it doesn't really cost anything, kind of a good option. Were these the talents you wanted to see, by the way? Someone was asking in the chat earlier for talents. These are talents for 11.1. We're doing 11.1 sims right now. Because I'm about to wrap up my guide work. Got a couple pages left for Fire Mage to knock out. I have like most of the BIS page done, and now I need to like get the rotation page, and this is why I'm looking into all the Flame Strike stuff, because trying to run all the different builds through different scenarios, different time or like fight lengths to see if there's any surprises. So far, no surprises. Everything has been kind of expected, but still, we're just like we're trying not to assume. So I'm just rerunning everything. About your point though, add spawning in a fight during single target, doesn't that make convection better as the reattached bomb can spread to the spawned adds? I don't believe it can. But even then, it's very minimal. Because you're talking about, like, the timing has to be perfect, right? Because it would have to explode and then reapply. And then it would have to hit right as the ad spawned. It's not really something you can sim for. It's kind of an imagined scenario. Pretty sure it just spreads back to the main target, though. What's the point of people playing 2 Frost Nova talent over Cone of Cold? Both of those talents are useless for the most part, but like have like utility in the sense of like if you need to CC something, I guess. you have to choose one of them. So like the choice is kind of whatever. It's really just a matter of preference. So people who do that just like prefer not to have kind of cold on their bars. So yeah, if you want to have like -1 button, just go the Frost Nova one. Personally, I like the Kona Cold one, but it really doesn't matter. Okay, no, Kona Cold does not interrupt. All right, so let's take a look here. Okay, so at 5 targets, 5 minutes. Pyro only with the Firefall, actually very close at 5 targets. I would say probably just stick with Pyro. At 40 seconds, you can see the Flame Strike emerges as being better. And that will actually get better as you pull it down, but I'm not going to go smaller because it's just going to make the variance go completely out of control, so... but yeah, Flame Strike is good in a shorter window at 5 targets. So that's kind of what we've already been saying, like Flame Strike at 5 targets. For priority damage, yeah, Pyro only, very good in both scenarios. It's funny, it's actually higher in the shorter one than the single target build. It's interesting. More burst, I guess. Okay, and then... Or it's getting like some prio cleave on there, I guess. Because you're in combustion longer compared to the amount of time spent. Okay, and then 6 targets. Pyro only is a little behind, over 5 minutes. And a bit more behind at the shorter one. So again, exactly what we expected. Yeah, no surprises there. Okay, and then 7 targets, 5 minutes. I would say at this point, you probably want a Flame Strike. Just like full time. You could argue at 5 minutes to go one way or the other. Unless it's a shorter pull. I think you argue more from the situation standpoint instead of like the overall damage standpoint. In terms of overall damage, it's just better to Flame Strike, just like 5 targets, just end of story. But I think realistically, Pyroblasting at 5 targets still makes sense. And even at 6 targets, it can make sense. I mean, hell, it can make sense regardless of the targets if you really just care about the prio damage. But as we go up, you can see it's starting to like lose a lot. Like at 8 targets, it's like kind of bad compared to Flame Strike. And especially on the shorter pull, like you're going to do so much more damage with Flame Strike. So I think it really is just a matter of like what your group needs. If you need the prio damage. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say as a general rule, Flame Strike is available at 5 targets. And just leave it at that. So it's what we started with. Everything was as expected. The prio damage definitely takes a hit at 8 targets, though. Yeah, Firefall. Firefall on the Pyro only build. Is SKB even on there somewhere? No, we don't play that anymore. Forget SKB happened. Just erase your mind. There's no SKB. No such thing. So here's the deal with SKB. Number 1, SKB got hella nerfed for Frostfire, and it's like really bad now. Number 2, it's not even supported by the Frostfire sim. Like you cannot even have it play with SKB. Like it doesn't know how to play. And that's for good reason. Because it was having to cancel Aura its hyperthermia, which is like really fucking stupid. And even if you don't take hyperthermia, you still have to cancel Aura hyperthermia because sometimes your SKB lines up at the end of your combustion as Sunfury and you get hyperthermia no matter what. So there's no way to avoid this problem. You have to cancel Aura hyperthermia for SKB. And it's a bad talent, not worth taking. So yeah, don't play that talent. The only case for SKB is Frostfire, and even that's not really a case because it's just worse. So yeah, just don't play that talent. It's that simple. Frostfire is kind of dead compared to Sunfury. I wouldn't say that. I mean, it is worse than AoE, sure, but hold on. Let's show you another sim. Let's go back and let's show single target. I think you'll see that maybe that is a bit less cut and dry. Oh, we don't play Flame Patch either. The talent's dead. Don't worry. Flame Patch is dead. It can't hurt you anymore. Although it would be cool if it was a different talent. It's kind of lame that it is just like a dead alternative. Although I'm okay with it being dead because I didn't like Flame Patch. It was just annoying with tanks moving and shit. So it being dead is like a good thing. But it'd be nice if it was like a good alternative. So here is single target. And you'll see that Sunfury is still ahead, but like not by a whole lot. Look, Frostfire UI right here. So it is an option in single target. And even at low target counts, it can be like pretty good. But here's the issue I have with it. Look at that. That is way too much goddamn time spent casting Frostfire Bolt. I'm sorry. Miss me with that Frostfire Bolt shit. I'm not looking to stand still and cast Frostfire Bolt a million times. So it is like you can play it in single target, but like you're gonna spend a lot of time hard casting Frostfire Bolt. So this had Frostfire Bolt right here. This casted Frostfire Bolt 90 times. Okay. And it had it's getting Frostfire Bolt about once every 18 seconds. And it's casting Frostfire Bolt for... It's the time spent casting this, which includes the instant cast one, is 108 in total. So, like, the majority of these Frostfire Bolts are hard casts, not instant casts. So, yeah, the point stands. Even if it does have some of them be instant casts, like, it's still... That's a lot of Frostfire Bolts you're having to hard cast. Am I running Majesty of the Phoenix? No. I'm running... I'm not running that talent. Because I'm not looking to, like, troll my damage for Flame Strike. The only Flame Strike talent I'm picking up is Quick Flame. Because this is a Living Bomb talent. Fire, Frost, Arcane for 11.1. Well, Fire and Frost both really looking strong. I could see some Arcane memes with, like, prio damage, just, like, funneling in the raid. But I think if you go into this raid and you pick either Frostfire Frost or Spellslinger Frost, or you play Sunfury Fire, or you play Frostfire Fire in the raid, I think all of those will have, like, pretty good results. And if you can, like, if you really want, like, the prio damage and you don't care about the overall, I think Arcane will do pretty good too. The cleave seems really good on Arcane, so, like, I think Arcane's definitely a viable option. It's just that it might take a little bit of a different scenario for it to really shine. Whereas I think Fire and Frost would be more flexible overall. For Mythic Plus, I mean, Frost is like always good, but I think Fire is probably the way to go. Sunfury. Are the Mechagon Bracers that impactful? So damage-wise, not really. They are your best, but it's not like by a huge margin or anything. But gameplay-wise, they feel really fucking good. So like, I think it's worth getting them. Because with the Mechagon Bracers, you can force your first Glorious Incandescence like so much earlier, which feels really, really good. Because if you get the Glorious Incandescence in your first combustion early, then you're able to actually benefit from it, and it feels like so much better. Here's the opener for Sunfury. So it's going to hard cast a Power Blast into Phoenix Flame, and then it's going to begin a Fireball cast, and it's going to Combustion, Fire Blast, and then it's going to double Power Blast. And then we just do Fire Blast, Fire Blast, Fire Blast. Use the Bracers because it's the last Fire Blast. Power Blast, and then we have another Fire Blast, so we Fire Blast here. And then we're going to have Glorious Incandescence coming up. So this is at Spellfire Spheres 5, so it's going to be coming up soon. So yeah, Glorious Incandescence will be coming up here. Right here, this is Glorious Incandescence. So since it has the Bracers, it gets the Glorious Incandescence on this Fire Blast here at 6 seconds. And then Power Blast, and it gets another Fire Blast here. Normally you wouldn't be able to get those back to back like this. And it just keeps vibing until combustion ends. And then so now we're in Hyperthermia. And so it is going to weave in one Fire Blast during that Hyperthermia. It looks like 2 actually, because it had an extra one here. So you're keeping that field of burn up. And I'll use another one here, yeah. Okay, and we're exiting Hyperthermia here. And then we shift in power. And then we use another Fire Blast. And then we're back to Combustion. Fireball into Combustion. And then double Power Blast. And then just go. So yeah, this is very fast paced. Kind of just going from Combustion to Hyperthermia to like 12 seconds of nothing. Or 12 seconds of shifting power cooldown reduction. Back into Combustion. And then after that, you do have a bit of a lull here. Because this is where we don't have shifting power. So here we're using more Phoenix Flames, right? So you see 2 Phoenix Flames in a row here. And then, yeah, it's doing the Pyro Fishing here. And it's just going to continue along until we get to Combustion again. So Combustion is ready, and we Fireball, and we press Combustion, we double Power Blast, and the whole thing repeats over and over and over again. So yeah, it's nice. Lots of Combustion uptime. Very good Combustion uptime. This is running Heat Shimmer. Hold on. Curious. It is nice though, I guess, with Scorch not being instant anymore. Maybe it's time to give Heat Shimmer another chance. Chain the Bracers in the GI feels like cracking the veins. Yes, it feels really good. Although I wouldn't know what that feels like. All right. Let's go. Oh, wait a second. We need to go to Mimram for this. Firestar Shenanigans, that's what I'm running right now. Although I probably need to change one thing here. Hold on. So we need to do... I want to do one that's like comparing Heat Shimmer against alternatives. I'm just going to leave it open-ended like I normally do here. Let it choose its own adventure. There we go. What's that Frostfire build you're talking about running Unleash Inferno? Yeah. Yeah. All Fire Mage builds run Unleash Inferno now. Sunfury is gone. Sunfury is gone, dude. Flashing the talent set for Sunfury UI Mythic Plus. Yeah. You want to play Sunfury Mythic Plus right now? You can go... So you can do these talents here. And if you plan to like Flame Strike very little, then what you do instead is you move this one over here. And this is better if you're doing less Flame Strikes. So that would be the swap that you'd make. Yeah, so you can drop Heat Shimmer. It's within error here, Master of Flame. This is what I'm recommending to people, but maybe people want to play Heat Shimmer. I feel like that's like harder though, right? Or is it easier? What do you guys think? Do you guys think playing with Heat Shimmer is harder? And keep in mind, it's not an instant cast anymore. It's a cast time. Do you think playing with Heat Shimmer is harder or easier? I think... Well, actually, I want to hear what you guys think first. To be honest, I find Pyro Ignite with full Living Bomb talents and Meteor to be a lot of fun. So Meteor is something that you really shouldn't take unless you're playing Frostfire. It's one less thing to track, so probably easier. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Take that thought like one step further though. So remember, guys, whenever you play Heat Shimmer, it isn't just one more buff to track in the sense that like you have to like pay attention to Heat Shimmer proccing. You also are paying attention to maintaining improved Scorch, right? So it's actually like way harder, in my opinion, to play Heat Shimmer. And that's why I'm recommending to not play it. I'm recommending this build. Because I don't want to be having to track improved Scorch before execute. And I don't want to be tracking if my Heat Shimmer procs too. Because that's like too much. If it's that close, then I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I'll just go for more ignite damage. All good. What's with hard casting Fireball during combustion? So the hard casting of Fireball during combustion is like this. You're starting off, right? So like, let's say, oh, I have a giga big, hold on, let me turn this off. Okay, yeah, so the hardcast Fireball is like this. You set up for the pull, right? And then right here, you're casting Fireball and Combustion Fire Blast, right? Oh, I don't have my bracers on. Weird. Wait, I do. Why didn't that macro work? Oh, different spec. God damn it. I hate how it changes your action bars. This goes here. Anyways, so you're not like hard casting the Fireball during it, I don't think. It's just that you're hard casting it like leading up to it. So like you begin the Fireball, right? And then as it's about to end, you press Combustion Fire Blast here. It's not double dipping. That's a bad word. Don't say that. But it's like right here, Combustion Fire Blast, Fire Blast, Fire Blast. Firestarter versus Pyrotechnics, very close. Whoever asked that question before. Isn't it dependent on how long we were in execute because of that passive 10%? Yeah. Well, it depends on how long you're in execute, but it also makes it so you get this buff before execute, right? Because it reads, Scorch deals damage as though your target was below 50% or 30% health, right? That also means it procs the improved combustion. Unless they changed it. Hold on. Let's check. Okay, we got bracers on still. So yeah, just do a normal opener here. So I have a Scorch, right? Yeah, now I have improved combustion on the enemy. So yeah, it procs the improved Scorch on it. So you have to, you don't necessarily get to like maintain this, but you do need to like apply it. So like with Heat Shimmer, you're having to make more decisions because you're having to, number one, use Scorch whenever it procs, and number two, whenever it procs and you have improved Scorch up, you want to like maintain that buff as long as possible. So it's adding like a lot of extra thinking to the spec that's not really needed, because you could just play Master Flame and probably do just fine. It'll be like within error and it's like a lot less thinking. So yeah, in my opinion, not really worth it if it's that close in damage, right? It's within error, so like why think all this extra whenever you can just like not think? What's surprising is how low hyperthermia is here, but I mean, I guess it's not really surprising because hyperthermia is not like a really great talent. It's kind of like whatever talent. Can you show in the fire starter log when it goes into combustion? Sure. So we can just take this guy right here, yeah? And we can click this, and we can click this. And then we'll click Quick Sim. Or the chances they rework frost rotation within the expansion again. I hate it. Yeah, same. I'm with you there. I hate it too. Chances on it getting reworked again. I feel like probably low. Frost, I feel like it doesn't get like a whole lot of reworks, and they just did like a pretty big change to it. So to answer your question, when does the fire starter start fire starting? Or when does it start combusting? Right away. Goes straight into combustion. And then after this, the target is outside of combustion, and it goes right back into combustion again. So it basically gets like no value out of fire starter, because by the time this combustion ends and you do this hyperthermia, this is 46 seconds into the pulse. So the target's already below 90%, unless it's like a weird boss. So yeah, fire starter probably not the play, unless you're delaying combustion for some reason. I don't know why you would though, because you don't really want to delay combustion anymore. Combustion is like up too much for you to really want to delay it. You kind of just want to send it, because the new tier bonus gives us a lot more combustion, so we don't really want to be delaying that. It's kind of a waste. I really like the flow of fire coming into season 2. Though, what was their argument for extending the cooldown in Phoenix Flame? They wanted to make it so you cast more, and they accomplished that goal for frostfire. But it's like not even noticeable. Sunfury. I don't think the 11.1 Sunfury build is different than the current one. Yeah, it's basically the same for Sunfury, but right now we're playing frostfire, so that's the difference. But yeah, it's basically the same talents. No surprise there. I mean, you can take it in different directions if you want to, but you can mostly keep it the same too. Doesn't really matter. Playing Fire Mage, is Fire Mage hard to play compared to Arcane? Yeah, so Mehren, depends on what you find difficult. Is it easier for, like, if I were to like say a bunch of random numbers, would you be able to remember them? If I were to tell you what the fire rotation is, could you like do it right away? Is it more about execution or memorization? Like, what do you find more difficult? Because if you struggle with memorization, you might struggle initially with Arcane and then have like a fine time with it. If you struggle with execution, you might be able to get fire down like pretty okay, but you'll probably be like struggling for a while because you kind of have to like execute properly. So in my mind, the execution is like most of the difficulty, because memorization is just like spending the time, just like putting in the time. But you could also argue that execution is also putting in the time because it's just practice, right? So really it's like, what do you find difficult, right? If you find the execution difficult, and let's say you're an older gamer and you have trouble like pressing all the buttons really fast, then fire might be more difficult. If you can't remember the rotation for Arcane for a life of you, and you've reviewed it like a million times and you still can't remember it, then maybe Arcane is harder because you just lack the ability to like remember what the rotation should be. So yeah, it's subjective. Difficulty is very subjective because everyone finds different things difficult. But I think, in my opinion, fire is pretty easy, but the execution can be a little challenging for people who haven't put in the time to practice. But I also think Arcane is like really fucking easy. Like I think once you get Arcane down, it's like so easy. It's so easy because the execution of Arcane is like free as fuck. So like, to me, that makes Arcane easier. But again, subjective, right? It's fine. Sometimes you end up with shifting power like not being worth it between your first two combustions, and you have to like delay your shifting power. It's a little weird. How's the sim handle that? Let's take a look. What about Rondermancy? Don't even think about it. It's not worth thinking about. Was the winner of Convection versus Flamestrike talent overall? Oh, dude. I'm just gonna let you know right now, there's not even a contest. Okay, I think I've made my case for this. already. But yeah, just don't play convection. I don't think that talent's worth taking. Unless you really know what you're doing, I don't think you want to ever take that talent. I think it's like bad. You're just like fucking yourself over, making yourself like way less flexible. And for what? Measly fucking pennies? It's just like such a bad deal. Terrible fucking talent. Fire is very hard until it starts flowing. Yeah. If you're like someone who like plays like rhythm games and stuff, I think you'll find fire is like pretty easy to get down. Hi, cat. Because it feels like you're playing a rhythm game more than anything else. Cat, what are you doing? Come here. If you go on the desk, you're gonna get scooped. Oh, targets? So 5 is like where you can flame strike if you want. And then it becomes like better and better every target you add. And also the shorter the pull. So I'd say like you probably want to like flame strike at 5. But it's about even too. Like you could choose not to and it's not like a huge deal. But as you approach like 8 or more, it becomes like kind of bad to not flame strike for your overall. But it is better like starting at 5. Regardless of the time left in the pull. But it's not always about overall damage, right? Like sometimes it's about priority damage and making the pull finish faster. So those cases it's better to pyroblast, right? But that's not really what you're asking. You're asking what's better in damage wise, right? Overall damage. So like overall damage 5. And then for like what's actually correct, it depends. Okay, what was this? This was Firestarter. Let's just go back. Yeah. It does it does change a bit whenever you're actually playing content as fire. That's for sure. But that's where the practice comes in, right? Because it isn't just dummy practice that like gets you there. You also need to like do content. Because if you don't do content, then you're not going to be able to like perform. Because you can hit the dummy all day, but it's not going to like help you whenever you're overwhelmed by raid mechanics and shit, right? I'm gonna try to farm up GI here. Oh, never mind. We don't have time for that. Oh well, I have one at the start. It's fine. Now we have a second one. Gonna lose my Scorch here. The thing I don't like about fire in its current iteration is I really don't like improved scorch. I feel like I don't need this extra thing to track. It's like a lot of things you're tracking already. Yeah, I don't think heat shimmer is what you want to do, man. It's already like, it's already a lot to track improved scorch. Like, you don't want to be doing that the whole time. That's gonna feel fucking bad. Oh, kicked off the PTR. But oh, by the way, if you guys are wanting like to freshen up on Sunfury before the patch, because it's gonna be a while until my Sunfury video comes out for Mage. If you watch the old Sunfury video, a lot of the stuff in there is still gonna be like useful information. The specifics maybe not so much, but like just like the overall like concepts, and also things like, you know, double pyroblast and like hyperthermia and like stuff like that is probably worth a watch for. Like, it might be useful for you to take a look at that. But yeah, I think you'll find that if you watch that and you refresh on it, you'll feel probably a little bit better. And then just go on the PTR and like play around with it a little bit, and you'll see it should be pretty obvious like what the differences are right away. Just make sure you're using combustion a lot. I pray to the good Lord above that SKB isn't optimal in the 11.1. Well, your prayers have been answered because SKB is fucking dead. So don't you worry about that. I simmed it, yeah. It was better to pyro at 4. But if you make the amount of time spent in the fight down to like 40 seconds, then Flame Strike can like pull ahead. So it's a matter of fight time. But I think it's flexible. Like you have the option. Here, I'll show you. Does tier not interact with SKB combust? No. Nope. SKB is dead. Forget SKB ever happened. Just the sooner you accept that we're no longer SKBing, the sooner you'll be happy. You'll find happiness. Because you get to embrace the UI life. And that doesn't mean user interface, it means Unleashed Inferno. You want it even shorter than 40 seconds? So here's 4 targets at 40 seconds. Pyro's ahead because of Firefall being talented, but still ahead. And yeah, so Pyroblast at 4. If you go even shorter, I wonder. I mean, that's gonna be weird. I might have to turn off Lust if I do that. I'm gonna turn off Bloodlust because I don't want it to be up the whole pole. Do 20 seconds. Oh, the longer the pole, the better it's gonna be for Pyroblast. I'm just gonna let you know that. So if you think that's going to skew it towards Flame Strike, you're wrong. It's the opposite. The shorter, the better for Flame Strike. The longer, the better for Pyroblast. Ignite spread. What does the stat distribution look like for Sunfury? Haste, 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 and then some mastery. Okay, if we turn off Bloodlust, it actually has Frostfire at the top, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I guess haste actually was a pretty big factor because it changed a lot here. If we take off Bloodlust, it changes a lot. Hold on, let me give it a more reasonable sim. Let's do 40. Bloodlust 0 is a big factor. I didn't realize that. So it may actually be down to if you, but okay, we're adding a fourth thing to it. Target count, amount of time, how important is the prio, and do you have Bloodlust or not? I think it's because it doesn't have enough haste to get to the Firefall. That's why it's falling behind. So we'll give it a little bit more time. Because it's probably not the case that you like die between every pull, right? Yeah, so without Bloodlust, the Flame Strike is slightly ahead, but with Bloodlust it was ahead with the Pyro. So yeah. But look at the variance on this. We can't really say one of these is really ahead of the other because like look at how big the variance is on this. But it looks like overall the average. This is the problem with like short sims. I still think it's a Pyro at 4 targets angle. But more so it's a what is the vibe that you're feeling angle, right? What's the vibe? Do you want to do you feel like the targets are gonna die real quick? Just Flame Strike. You don't have Bloodlust up? Flame Strike. You want to Pryos in the image? Pyroblast. Target counts is just one small piece of the puzzle, right? Curious to see what it does without Bloodlust at 5 targets. But yeah, as targets are getting close to dead, Flame Strike is gonna be better because you want to get the damage out like up front as opposed to like having the ignites take out because the targets are going to start dying and then your ignites are going to die with them. Which is bad. Always Pyro? Yeah, you could do that too. Fuck it. You'll lose damage like as the target count goes up, but you'll feel really ethical. You'll be like, guys, I am such a ethical player. No one is more ethical than me. I only single target. Yeah, I think the difference here is Firefall. I don't think it's reaching as many Firefalls without a bunch of haste. But this is 5 targets, and we already said Flame Strike at 5 targets, so there it is. Doesn't the comparison also depend a lot on the mastery? Yeah, of course. But why would you run low? But why would you run low mastery as Sunfury? Are you trolling? Why would you do that? Do you just not play the game? What's going on? Because like that's like your second best stat. Like you want haste and mastery. So like yeah, you should have a lot of mastery. This one is Frostfire. So Frostfire is going to have a lot of verse. Right? So here's the Frostfire one. It's got 15,000 verse. Right? And then here's the Sunfury one. And tiers to mastery. 8,600 verse. Right? You might sacrifice some haste for more mastery. No one is playing the Firefall talent now? That's not true. It's not true at all. I've seen multiple conversations about this in the Mage Discord. People are playing it. People know. I've seen DGen talking about it too. This isn't anything new. It's like super obvious, right? If you're not casting Flame Strike, then this talent gains a lot of value. People know about this talent. And it's actually good because you don't have to cast the meteor for it to do damage. It just does it automatically. It's actually really good. Everyone just swaps between convection and flame paths. I mean, I've already told you guys what I think about that. Listen, if everyone does something stupid, does that mean it's right? Because that's a stupid thing to do. People probably just don't know. Right? People just don't know. And there's so much like there's so much Ignite spread propaganda out there. Like if you're like a new player and you come in and you start asking questions about Mage and you're like, when should I Flame Strike? You're gonna inevitably, I promise you, you're inevitably gonna have someone come in and say you should never Flame Strike. How many of you guys have asked this question and gotten this answer? Oh, it's all about the priority damage. You should only Ignite. There's truth to that. But like, that's like, it's like if someone asks you like, hey, do you steal? Do you lie? Like, people aren't going to want to admit that they do the bad thing, right? Not many people are going to be like, oh yeah, I fucking pad. Yeah, I fucking love faking my damage by padding. You know what I mean? But like, there is value in Flame Strike beyond padding. I'm just saying that like, it has a negative connotation. So people like are gonna like posture like, oh, I always Ignite Cleave. I never press Flame Strike. I'm always ethical as fuck. Like, I don't even give myself the option. You know what I mean? So like, you're gonna get an answer that maybe isn't like entirely helpful, because you're gonna get told like, just don't Flame Strike, right? But like, Flame Strike has value. It does. There's a time and place for it. It's just a tool. It's a tool like everything else. There's a fit for it. Imagine you don't have Flame Strike and you're playing current Mage and you're doing, for some reason you're in Academy and it's like current content and you get to the fucking little bird pole. What are you going to do? What the fuck are you going to do? Press Arcane Explosion? Is that what you're going to do? Fucking press Arcane Explosion like a dweeb? No. No, you give up one talent that basically loses no damage, and then you have the option to Flame Strike. Boom, there it is. On Murloc, Zero has Convection talented, Fourier has Quick Flame. Yeah, that's because I don't know what Murloc is, but I'm assuming it's like a aggregator of data. That's because Convection is I think the people who actually play it, they know it's bad. And that's what I've been saying. That's literally agreeing with what I've been saying. I'm saying don't play Convection. That shit is fucking useless. And even if it isn't useless, it's like almost useless. It's a fucking trap. Just pretend like this talent doesn't exist. Right? Because you have to take this one or this one to go down here. Just don't even pretend like this is a talent. Just fucking ignore it. Always go Quick Flame. Boom. Gives you so much more flexibility. But yeah, Firefall, good. But you're going to see people, yeah, so if it's only showing the top players, you're going to see people playing Convection if they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So yeah, if you look at the general public, yeah, a lot of people are probably doing weird shit. They're probably playing wrong, but don't take this talent. If there's anything I want you to take away from today's stream, it's that Convection, just pretend like it doesn't exist. And yeah, you might be tempted to do evil if you take Quick Flame, but like, you know what? Sometimes you gotta do evil in the key. Oh, well, if you're looking at current patch data, then yeah, I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? We're talking about 11.1, man. Get on the fucking same page here. We're not talking about current patch. The conversation is about 11.1. If you're looking at data that's aggregated, you're not going to be seeing information about what we're currently, like, you're not looking at the right information. That's a different version of the spec. So if you're looking at talents there and you're using it as your argument, like, you're just completely lost in this conversation. We're not talking about 11.0. We are simming information for the new patch. Okay, enough about that. What's I looking at? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at how it does shifting power. Let's see here. So sometimes shit's gotta die. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta fucking kill little shear mobs. It happens. Trinkets? Yeah, I have a trinket sim. I can show you if you want. I'm actually about to work on that, so that'll be next. So yeah, lots of references to shifting power for using resources, but the one we care about is this one. If combustion's down, yep. We don't want a shifting power in combustion. True. Improve scorch isn't going to fall off. We don't have a hot streak. Hyperthermia is down. And Phoenix charges are less than or equal to 1. Or combustion is less than 20 seconds. It's an or statement. Huh. So we would send shifting power then. Like, even if combustion's like about to be up. Because if I have, let's say combustion's up in like 10 seconds and I have 1 charge of Phoenix Flame, it's going to send shifting power. Okay. I don't think I've been doing that actually. I might have, I think I was saying if it was 0 before, but 1 is different. That's interesting. I guess they did reduce the amount of Phoenix Flames we get, so it makes sense that it would get shifted down. I'm curious, what would happen if we change this? What if we made the shifting power less? What would change? Well, let's grab the part for shifting power just by itself. Where's, okay, variable shifting power before combustion equals variable time to combustion greater than the cooldown shifting power remains. Okay. Variable use off GCD while casting fire. Okay, no, that's not what we want. It's this one right here. So this is under just actions. So we need to grab this whole portion. It's going to be all the way until here. No. We keep going. Actions, scorch. Yeah, it's this whole portion. Because this is where actions ends and actions active talents begins. So it's going to be this whole portion. Okay, and we're going to do copy equal. We're going to say SF UI SP only bust CD. Okay, and then we're going to do, where's shifting power? Where is it? Where is it? Right here. If combustion's down, yes. No improved scorch active, or improved scorch is less than the time of scorch cast time. Yeah. Hot streak react. No hot streak. Hyperthermia is down. And we're going to remove this part. Combustion remains. And we'll say less than 17. Okay. And then let's get rid of the rest of this because we don't need all the rest of this. Bye-bye. Okay, and that looks good. Call this default. And single target, and 5 minutes, and sim it. Okay. Yeah, I'll do rotation videos, all that shit. Videos are in the works. It's just Blizzard likes to change stuff. So right now, written guides are what I'm focusing on. 0.7% loss. Okay, well, there it is. This is without Bloodlust though. Hold on. Let's add Bloodlust back in. Same difference. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so it's definitely worth it. That part actually matters. Where's the shifting power line? Let's grab it. We're gonna add it back in. I'm gonna make a change to it though. Right here. It's the line. Okay, and we'll say equals 0. Yeah, so I'll just while this is running, I'll show you my trinket sim because I already started on this, but we'll have to redo it. Yeah, so trinket sim. I just run a bunch of different variations of trinkets. The best one ended up being, I mean, no surprise here, right? This is like the best trinket setup for like every fucking class right now. So I'm actually like kind of worried because I don't think that it's healthy that everyone wants the same trinkets. That's probably bad. And that's like a bad sign. Don't you guys think? Like if everyone wants the same trinkets, don't you guys think that's maybe a bad thing? So like I'm a little worried about these trinkets because I think they're going to change them a lot. But this trinket, the Suspicious Energy Drink at 665, it actually performs pretty well. And that's like from what, Delves or like World? I don't know. Something else. And then you can also go House of Cards, which is on use. This thing is actually Pumperton in Mythic Plus. This thing fucking owns for Mythic Plus. Spy Masters, I can show you where it is. Spy Masters is down here. 1.9% loss over, wait, hold on. It should be with the I think. Here it is. 1.1% loss. Yeah, Spy Masters. And it is set to the current IM level. We had Spy Master. Well, hold on. Spy Master was best in slot for the ranged casters. It wasn't best in slot for fucking demon hunters, all right? But guess what? Guess what fucking Oppenheimer is wearing? Have you guys seen that sim? Oppenheimer? That shit's wearing those fucking trinkets, all right? It's using the same trinkets we use. So it's a little different. If a trinket is best for every int user, that's a lot different than like if it's best for everyone, right? And like, that's what I'm worried about. I think they'll let it pass if it's only good for like one role, like int caster. But if it's good for fucking everyone, that's a little worrying. These aren't int only. No. It's for everyone. You can use this trinket as it doesn't matter what you play. You can use it. It's good for everyone. That's the problem. Here, let me show you a sim. So some of these are old in the sim, so like don't look at the numbers too close for the mage stuff because the mage stuff is it's changed. But here, let me show you. This is the Oppenheimer DH. Guess what trinkets? Boom. Everyone used the sphere for Avarice for stats. Yeah, that one was a little different too because it required you to have other people in the group with it. So it was like, it was meant to be overpowered if you stacked it, right? And that was the point, was that you had, it was like the trinket in Vault of the Incarnates. If you had like different people in the group all use it, then it gained power. This trinket doesn't have any sort of weird interaction or edge case where it becomes better. It's just that good, right? So again, it's not a good comparison because they made the sphere in Aberrus, like the little orb thing, they made it overpowered if you stacked your friends with it too. That was the whole point of that design. Like, it was over budget for that reason. This one's just straight up over budget. Like, there's no like fucking, you know, weird requirement for it. It's just good. Like, it's just really good. Or maybe it's over simming. Who knows? But it seems like it's really good. Like, if the Eye of Kazan required you to have like 10 people in the raid wearing it for it to do this damage and it had the same damage, then I would feel less anticipation of a nerf, right? Like, I would think that it's probably less likely to get nerfed. But because it doesn't have any weird requirement like that, it's just straight up this good. That makes me think it gets nerfed. But the good news is, we do have other options. It's just, it's kind of ahead of everything, right? Like, if we look at the first one here that isn't wearing it, we have to go all the way down here to 1.2%. No, I'm pretty sure it's modeled correctly. I think it's just that good. But luckily, I mean, we're not losing like too much damage losing it, right? Like, we could go with House of Cards and something else. Like, a lot of these trinkets are pretty close. What's funny is seeing Spy Master so high up though. Spy Master's like unironically still good. Right here. Yeah, I think Spy Masters is going to be, I mean, just the design of Spy Master is also like really good for fire, because fire has variable cooldown timing, so you can like make the Spy Master fit. You do have to wait for it to stack up, but like you can make it fit, right? I think they will nerf it, yeah. I think you're right, Airy Gold. I think they probably will nerf Spy Master. I think we're going to see it in the next week or two. They're going to be like, hey, we made Spy Master like not best in slot for Arcane anymore. Because like the fact that some specs want to still use Spy Master means it's probably going to get nerfed, right? So I would not be surprised at all to see a Spy Master nerf with 11.1 coming in. It's not guaranteed, but it would not be a surprise. Yeah, font was another case like that too, and they did nerf font. They nerfed font a couple times. But yeah, font was good for another reason. It was good because you could, with font, the reason why it was overpowered is because the buff duration lasted longer than the cooldown it would incur whenever it was used. So if you were a bursty class, you could basically stack 2 unused trinkets at the same time. It's the same reason why they nerfed Treacherous Transmitter. So it wasn't that font itself was overpowered. It was that font had a gameplay, like it had like a use case that like no other trinket had, which was to stack the buff with another on use. So like that was the reason why font was overpowered, and that's why people still used it like afterwards, right? Spy Masters, on the other hand, it does have a weird use case, which is just that like it builds stacks over time and it's really huge, but like it's not like there are unused trinkets that like can do like things like Spy Master in the patch at least. So it's like less of a like weird, again, it's like weird selective usage of it that might be overpowered. It's less of that and just more of it just being like kind of over budget. It's just like kind of too good. And I don't think it's realistic to actually play Spy Master all that much like in the raid, because this is assuming that you're not going to die. And the problem with Spy Master is like all this value add is just immediately deleted if you ever die, right? And you're going to die. So I think as a fire mage, you're probably pretty safe with it, but I would be careful if I was playing something else with the Spy Master. I think I might be trolling my damage a little bit, unless I'm playing like really, really good. Eye is punching by dying? Oh, really? Hold on. Your spells and abilities have a high chance to empower the eye, granting you stat decaying upon leaving combat. When fully empowered, the eye instead does damage. Oh yeah, it does rev over time. Yeah, it does. It's not as bad as Spymaster though. How long does it take I to fully stack up? Let's see. Because Spymaster's takes 4 minutes. Okay? So keep that in mind. So how long does it take for the I to stack up? Let's see. Oh, I want to keep this sim open. So it's not 4 minutes. What does this even stack to? It stacks to 20. So it spins, in this 5-minute sim, it spins 45% of the time at max stack. So it takes about half the time, or a little bit more than half the time for it to rev up. So it does, so you do have a point. It does have a negative if you die, but it's like half as punishing. Also, there's no on use, and that was like really so like Spymaster had like 2 parts of it, right? It had this part where it stacked up over time, and it had the other part where you could use it and like use up all the stacks. And like the use was like the big thing, right? So like for you to use a like half stack Spymaster, like that was like kind of bad, but this is just a passive thing. So it's not nearly as punishing. It is punishing though. Like you're right about that. It does punish you if you die because you lose your stacks. But it's not going to be like nearly as bad as losing your Spymaster. And also it takes way less time for you to stack it back up. So if you lose it, you can get it back really fast. Or at least comparatively. But yeah, don't die. Either way, the point stands. Spymaster is more punishing. Okay, let's see. I wanted to do... So I did it with 0 Phoenix Flame and it had no difference here. So let's see. Yeah, just call it, dude. Easy. Easy fix. Just use Cauterize. See, as a Fire Mage, I wouldn't feel nearly as like pressured to not fuck up because, you know, I get a little oopsie for free. Night Fae Fire with double cheat death was peak. Yeah, and then add on the Trirune Ward for like good measure. Just be like an unkillable demon. How come people expect Fire to be play Mythic Plus when pretty much nothing changes about the spec, and right now it's all Frost and higher keys? Well, so like if you're talking about Fire, I mean, you're kind of also like a good mage is going to be able to play both, right? But Fire has the benefit of cheat deaths. I think like in my mind, I don't think about it as Fire versus Frost. I just think about it as Mage versus other class. Because like a good Mage is going to... Like what you bring to the key is going to depend on the key. Like there's going to be keys where you play Frost even if Fire is better. There's going to be keys where you play Fire even if Frost is better, right? There's going to be comps where you play Frost if Fire is better and vice versa. It's like... it's about like the other benefits, but like Mage in general has like a lot of benefits because like number one, if you're playing Aug, you have int, so you give the Aug more int. Number two, mass barrier is like pretty good. Mage is like pretty sturdy. It's like flexible. It's got like the lowest cooldown on its stops of like any class because you can reduce them with Fire Blast. So like that's another benefit to fire. You can do it with Frost too, with Fingers of Frost. But yeah, it's just like super short cooldown, lockdown, survivability. It's, you know, it's got utility. It's got it's flexible. You've got multiple specs you can play. There's like a lot of benefits. Do I think it's like overpowered? No. It might be overhyped, but I think it is good. I could see it. I don't play Mythic Plus enough to like call what's gonna be best, and I think no one can really do that, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's good. Yeah, Mage is good. You can definitely like lock in, play like a couple keys, and like have a good time, and you'll do like pretty good damage. It's also really flexible. So fire has the benefit of like the priority versus the flame strike question, and it's like really good for mowing down like a really high health mob. So if there's like a lot of packs where there's like a big mob that you need to like crush, like fire's like really good for that. But they all have pros and cons. There's if anyone ever tells you like, oh, this spec is better than that spec, like either they're like minimizing it to like, you know, make it easier to explain, or they're just like repeating something. But like there's usually like a bit more nuance to it. But I think overall, like Mage is a good pick. But what's funny about Mage being a good pick, and this is something that always happens, every time there's a new tier, if Mage is looking good, always happens. You have all these Fodom rerollers coming to Mage, right? Just like every class. You have all these Fodom rerollers come over. The difference between a Fodom, like Fire Mage, and like someone who actually knows like all the decision making and like understands when to Flame Strike versus not Flame Strike, it's like fucking crazy night and day. Ask anyone. Ask anyone who does this a lot and plays with people who like either main Mage or like Fodom rerolled Mage, and you'll see like the opinion is kind of like unanimous. Like basically you're always getting like attacks if you're Fodom rerolling, but like with Mage it's like even worse. Like the Fodom Mage rerollers are just like always showing their ass. And you can make a bingo card for it, right? You got the fucking you got the like the middle square, right? The free one is like blinks and dies. Like blinks in the mechanic and dies instantly. That's like something that you'll see so often. I mean, everyone does that, like, but you'll see it with like the people who aren't super familiar with Mage. It'll happen like way more. They're gonna do stupid shit all the time. Like the thing about Mage is it has too much goddamn mobility for its own good. So you put someone on Mage who like isn't used to playing Mage, and it's like letting loose a wild animal in a fucking like a department store. Like they just start fucking knocking everything over, and it's just pure chaos. What if I take combustion out of this completely? Well, if I don't like current Fire Mage, if you don't like current Fire Mage, then definitely just play Frost. You're always gonna be better at a spec that you enjoy. That made no difference. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is that real? Chat, is this real? Wait, that made no difference? Really? Okay, so that's actually hilarious to find out. I'm glad I did that. Oh, sorry. I want to finish my point I was making. Okay, so if you don't like the class you're playing, let's say you're a Dev Evoker and you're stuck playing Aug. You're in Aug prison, right? You're not going to care as much about the game. And passion about the game is like one of the biggest things that can like make you a good player. So like you're just losing that edge by playing something you don't like. So like never play a spec you don't like. Unless you like really think it's worth it. Unless it's like an investment, right? Like maybe you're trying to like the spec eventually, or maybe you're trying to like improve your numbers so you can find like a better guild and play what you want to play, right? Unless it's like an investment, like you shouldn't do that because you're just gonna play worse. You're gonna play worse. You're gonna care less. You're gonna and your performance will suffer, right? If your heart's not in it. So like I think you should play what you want to play, even if it is more difficult for you to find groups. Like I think it's still worthwhile. I think you'll enjoy the game more too, because at the end of the day, it's a fucking game. You should be enjoying your time playing it, or else what are you doing? So play the spec you want. Okay, I'm really surprised by this. This is funny. So I changed this line here to not even care if I have combustion up like at all, or sorry, not even care if I have combustion on cooldown at all. So like it will still use shifting power even if combustion is like it's not even looking at combustion cooldown. Some people are good at like multi-classing though. Like there are people, it's rare, but like there are people who can like pick up like any class and like play really, really well. But yeah, for the most part, like you want like someone who actually plays the class to play it, right? But like sometimes it doesn't matter though. Sometimes you can have someone fall and reroll and it like won't make too big of a difference. It'll be like kind of the same thing. But some classes, and I would argue Mage is one of these. Some classes, if you have people fall them reroll, there's like a pretty heavy tax on it, and you're gonna notice it pretty bad. I think Mage falls into that category. Yeah, so this is within error. So what that means is that we can't say definitively which one is better. They're like the same. So like what this tells me is that I don't need to care about my combustion at all whenever I shifting power. I need to just look at my Phoenix Flame, which is interesting. Now, if I add combustion back in here, it's probably better. But wait, what if I change this to 0 and I took out combustion completely? Yeah, Flame Shaper is looking pretty good for raids specifically. For Mythic Plus, not so much. But for like raid, it seems like pretty okay. And it's different. The playstyle's different. Okay, so that's yeah, so that's no good. I mean, so what's probably happening is it's probably just shifting powering at like the exact same time as it would normally shifting power, even though I removed the combustion part from the logic. I'm gonna check and see. It goes the other way too? Yeah, if you play Mage a lot and then you play other classes, you're gonna struggle with your mobility a little bit. Because you're going to be like, damn, I can just shimmer. It's all good. And then you'll be like, wait, I don't have shimmer. Oh god, oh god, oh god. And then you get blown up. Or you're like playing the game and then you're like, I'm just gonna port to, oh wait, I don't have portals. Fuck! That's the worst feel, dude. That feel whenever you realize you don't have portals anymore, holy fuck, that feels bad. That is like the worst feeling. You're like, oh my god, I have to like run somewhere? Like I have to like go to like the portals in the town? Like what the fuck, dude? This is how other people have to play the game? This is crazy. Just log out until your Hearthstone comes back up. That's the strat. Yeah, so it's literally shifting powering at the same time as it did before. Frost I would say is like a weird case, because like Frost So like if you play Frost a lot, you'll realize that like Frost, it seems easy at first. And then it like, you realize it's actually kind of hard as you go on. So like if there's like a difficulty curve, right? Like let's say that over here, this is like you are like fully, you have the class mastered, right? And let's say over here, this is like you just started. Like you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. Like with Frost, with like some classes, it's like this, right? Like it'll just be equal like the whole way up. Like you'll feel like the whole way you're playing it, you're like learning new things, and then you're like getting better, and it's like a, you know, a normal, like basically it feels like you're not going uphill or downhill. Like it, you know, feels normal. If the y-axis is like your wait, which axis did I say this was? Oh, okay. So down here, this is like your mastery, right? This is 100% mastery. This is 0% mastery. The y-axis is going to be like how much effort, okay? So like with Frost, it's like very low effort at the start. Like you make like a lot of headway as Frost, like right away. Like it feels like pretty easy to get like the hang of it. But like as you go further, like it'll take like more and more effort to like get here. And I think this is probably normal for most classes, but maybe for Frost it's like this. Maybe it's more like this. Or it's like a steeper curve at the end. Because like it feels like pretty easy to get like most of Frost down, but like that last little bit, it feels really fucking, it's like a lot to like get down to a little bit. There's like a lot of weird things you have to learn, and a lot of like execution things you have to just like do right. So it just like feels kind of weird. For Arcane, I think it's kind of like the opposite problem. So for Arcane, I would say it's like, you know, and this is obviously just my opinion, but for Arcane, I'd say like it's almost like the opposite. It's like getting it down, like the initial part, because you have to like learn so much, like feels kind of like you're going against the grain a little bit, and then once you get it down, it feels like it gets like fairly easy. So yeah, if I were to like color code these, I'd say like this one's probably like fire. I don't know. This is just my opinion again, but I feel like that's like the curve for fire. Like fire is like Frost in that sense, but it's like not as bad. Or maybe fire isn't like, maybe there actually is a bit more. I guess it depends on what version of fire you're playing. Like the current version now is probably like this, like the one I drew, but like Frostfire fire in this patch might be like a little bit more like a little bit harder to get the first part down, because there's like a lot to know. So this is like the Frostfire, I guess. I think Sunfury is the bottom one. I'll make it purple. But I'm also coming from a place of like having played Mage for like a decade and like doing like way too much like looking into shit, and like that informs my idea of what difficulty is a lot. So I think for like a new player coming in, it could be like a lot different. Like you might just have like a really hard time with fire if you're new. But if you played fire forever, if you play rhythm games too, like I used to do like Dance Dance Revolution, and like I used to play like the keyboard version, Stepmania. Like rhythm games, I feel like help a lot with fire. Because if you have like the ability to play rhythm games well, I think you'll pick up fire pretty quick. Yeah, the rotation is pretty easy, but it's like there's like a lot of punishing aspects to playing UI though. Like UI can definitely be a bit punishing. Especially if you have to like rip something during combust. I mean that sucks for like every fire mage, but I think it especially sucks for Sunfury, like having to rip something in combust, because the combust is like really important with UI. Yeah, if you're like a guitar hero, maybe it'll be fine for you. Oh, this is a single target. Oh, I don't have any balls. No balls! Okay, cautionary tale. You just saw it unravel. If you change your talents and then you attack the target dummy as Sunfury, you're going to have a bad time. Because you got no balls. Alright, you got to let those balls come back. Let them drop first. Once the balls drop, then we're good to go. But yeah, got to let those things come out. We almost got our balls back. You'll do your opener and you'll be like, wait, that felt weird. That didn't feel right. It's because you got no balls. Happens to the best of us. See, look how long this hyperthermia is lasting now compared to before. So the question is, ignite the feature versus round dormancy. Let me show you. Let me get a top tier sim pulled up here. Oh, I didn't need to click these off. I'll just run it without them still. Bucket. Yeah, there'll be 11.1 Sunfury guide. In fact, the Wowhead guide is in the process of being written right now. Oh, did it default back to fucking... I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. It defaulted back to the normal raid bots. Oh, we DC from PTR again. Wait, is this already set up? Happy Monday. What's up, Caleb the Game Doc? +6. Oh, was it 6 targets? No, it wasn't. I gave it 6 combinations. Look at this. That's the diff. Ignite the future. Ain't it? Ron Dormancy's supremacy. You don't want to go this ignite the future bullshit. It could be bugged still. It was bugged for the longest time. I don't know if they ever fixed it fully, but also the talent like just kind of bad. So I don't know. I don't know if it's like this bad, but it is bad. But I know it was bugged and it might still be bugged. Not sure. Okay. So I promised you guys trinket sims. I already showed my old trinket sim, but let's redo it. So let's click this. And I didn't run it with this APL yet, but let's tell it which talents to run. I'm not going to have it run Heat Shimmer. I'm going to have it run Master of Flame. Because I plan to play Master of Flame, not Heat Shimmer. Not looking to use that cringe shit. So, yeah. Talents are good. And then we need our trinket stuff. Average game for Bracer. It's less than 1%. It's not a lot. But it feels good. The gain is more in your head, but it's good. I don't think this one's simming correctly, because I think it's actually best in slot if it goes live the way it is. That thing is, let's just say it's fucking turbo bugged. Yeah, I think it's because having it cast while it goes is actually bad. I'm pretty sure the reason why this talent is better is because the part of this that says your Phoenix is going to cast more exceptional spells during it is actually bad. I'm pretty sure that's why it's worse. Although there was a bug before that like made it worse for other reasons, but yeah, it's not so much about the getting 5 spheres, it's more so about like not having this effect. At least that's my understanding of it. Don't you guys love whenever you have a talent that like makes your fucking damage lower? Isn't that cool? It used to be worse. It used to be worth it to like not take certain talents because you wanted to like keep your spheres forever. Ready for the patch next week? Oh, remember when Spellslinger like had infinite damage? That was fun. Yo, throwback to when Pirate Software said that he would fucking ban I'm Fired Up for using the Spellslinger thing. That was some good shit. He did work at Blizzard, guys. 7 years. I don't know if you knew that. Okay. Bro said he would ban Fired Up for doing that. I still can't get over how silly that was. Dude, that... Oh, God. The thing is that was reported. Like, they could have fixed that. But listen, sometimes... Yeah, he called him a dipshit. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that dump stack. He literally called him a dipshit. Dude, the more I remember, the funnier it gets. Yeah, dude. The thing is like, that was reported. And, here's the thing. Sometimes you need a hero to fix a bug, all right? You need someone who is courageous enough to use the bug. Yeah, there's a video. I could find it. You need someone who's curious enough, or like courageous enough to like use the bug in a setting that like forces Blizzard to fix it. So you shouldn't like trash talk that person. You should fucking call him a hero. Okay, finding anything of pirate software is like impossible right now. Because if you search, Google is not being very charitable. Let's just put it that way. Hold on, I might have found it. Yeah, see, So I searched it, right? And I'm just getting like... So this is not it. I already checked. And then... We're just getting like roach content. Hold on. What if I do exploit? Wait, is this it?
Exploit often, exploit early. 100% disagree.
He's not talking about him.
Blizzard. The way
God damn it, dude. I think it's impossible to find the clip now, guys. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I found it.
this is 100% your
Hold on. I think I found it.
worst take ever. No, it's not.
Someone in chat, this is 100% your worst take ever. That is what I would say as someone with knowledge of the situation.
You know what I did before this? I worked at Blizzard Entertainment.
Whoa!
Oh my god. That
What's with the background music? I hate that. Why did they add background music to this?
that is an insane reaction. What?
It's a crazy thing to fucking rip, I'll be honest.
This is 100% your worst take ever. No, it's not.
You want to know why it's not my worst take? Buddy, I worked at Blizzard.
Percent-
What the fuck does that matter? You still have zero knowledge of this entire situation.
my job was banning
That's good.
dipshits that did things like this.
Dipshits.
Fuck this guy. Actually, fuck this guy. I just can't imagine anyone speaking about Fired Up in that way.
100%.
This guy deserved all the hate he got.
Damn. Wait, this is from after. Oh, it's from 4 weeks ago. Damn, I wish I had the original clip. He goes on about it. I don't know if we'll find one though.
Okay,
This is not like the best example. I was hoping we'd find like the actual clip. Anyways, he went off on the rant about how Fired Up should be banned and called him a dipshit. That was the context, and it was funny. It was very funny. It was when the Spellslinger thing was a bug still, which by the way was reported. It is an exploit, by the way, but it was also reported, and they fixed it right afterwards. Surprising how you can report a bug, and they won't fix it, and then it will go live. And then you use the bug, and then suddenly they fix it. It's weird. It's almost like you have to force their fucking hand to fix bugs sometimes. But in this case, it was a bug that benefited players, not like hurt them. So like, of course, they fixed it right away, which they should. They should have fixed. I mean, to be honest, they should have fixed the bug earlier. Yeah, saying that he should be banned and calling him a dipshit. That's good. That's good stuff. All right. Anyways, there you go. If you search Spellslinger, oh well, we moved on. Anyways, trinkets. So yeah, we have the Eye of Kazan, suspicious drink. This is, by the way, it's 665, so it's not fully upgraded. House of Cards, very strong unused trinket for Mythic Plus. And it's not bad in single target either. Right? Not bad. It's pretty close here. So like this is definitely a good option. But what's funny is that Spy Masters is up here. Spy Masters. This candle is 665, so it's not like as egregious as you might think. But yeah, Spy Masters probably gonna get nerfed if I had to guess. But House of Cards not bad. If I were to arrange these in the tiers, I'd probably have to run a separate sim, and I would need to run the AoE profile. Here's what I think they'll do to nerf Spy Master. I think they're going to make the maximum stack. I think they're going to keep it at the same power, but I think they're going to make the maximum stack at like 10 or something like that. That's my expectation for how to nerf Spy Master, because they don't want to like completely get it. They could just nerf it by like a percentage, right? But my prediction is they're going to make it stack less. Because that makes it so it like still is good for like the tier it was, but also like, well, not as good, but like it's still somewhat good. But it makes it so like you wouldn't use it in this patch, I think. Wait, would you still use it? I don't think so. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how they do it. But I think they will nerf it. I would be very surprised if Spy Master stays the way it is. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to look at Mythic Plus. So we're going to grab our M+ talents. And let's say that we're just going full-on fucking Flame Strike. Well, not full-on Flame Strike. We're just going one talent to Flame Strike. But I'm just going to go like a normal build. This is like my recommended one. So we'll copy this. And then we'll plug this one in. And so this is AoE. And then let's give it more targets. We'll say 5 targets. So just where it's like even to Pyroblast or Flame Strike. And then we're gonna give it trinkets, because there's power in trinkets. I don't know if you guys know that. Power. Great power. All right, let's plug them all in. Click, 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 click. Not this last one. Okay, and Gucci. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, also, I remember in the original clip he said like that it was like an edge case that like there's no way they would find. But that's just wrong, because it was literally reported. Okay, so Mythic Plus. You can see the House of Cards is up here too. Suspicious Drink, which I don't know how realistic it is to get a 665 of this, to be honest with you. But the House of Cards, pretty fucking nice right here. Yeah, pretty nice with it. And then... so this is Flame Strike, right? Let's look at Pyroblasting only. So this is AoE with Flame Strike. This one is single target. And then let's run it again with Pyroblast only. And we're going to change the talents again. So this one's going to be Firefall instead. And we'll go ahead and plug it in here. And then we need to change the APL. So we're going to tell it to not use Flame Strike anymore. Okay. And let's run it. What do you think will be overall best Mage spec and raids? Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Right now, I think it's close enough between Fire and Frost that you could say you could play either or. And for Arcane, it's behind single target, but it's really good if there is Execute and Priority Cleave happening. So it kind of just depends on what the fights are. Ultimately, it's going to come down to like the last two fights in the raid. Because like what the best spec in the raid is never like what is the best spec for the first boss or what is the best spec for the second boss. It's always like what is the best spec for like where you spend most of your progression. And you're going to probably spend most of your progression on the last two bosses unless like Styx Bunk Junker or like one of those bosses, the early bosses is like a wall, right? So you'll probably spend most of your progression on the last couple bosses. So it's probably going to end up being which spec is like best on Mugsy and Gallywix. We don't really know too much about Gallywix, but I will say on Mugsy, Fire was like really, really good. I could see Arcane actually being good on that fight though. So it's too hard to say right now, and it's also too early to say because, you know, tuning is still ongoing. But I think if you play Mage, you're in a pretty safe spot because you've got 3 specs that seem like they might be pretty good on those bosses. But personally, I'm preparing to play Sunfury UI, but I will play whatever is best. I don't care what it is. I will be sad if it's Frost. I'll be kind of sad, but like I will still play Frost. But I'm just gonna play whatever's best for the fight, and I might actually play different specs depending on the fight too, because you can kind of share gear between your hero specs, right? Like you don't have to have the same gear for everything. So like, or like you don't have to have different gear for everything is what I meant to say. So like, yeah, there's some crossover. So like, I think I'm gonna ramp up for Sunfury UI, but I could see myself playing any of the 3. Hopefully that helps. I know it's a little bit broad, but like, we just don't fucking know yet. You know what I mean? We just don't know. And no one does. If anyone tells you what the best spec is right now and they say it like they know it, then they don't know it, because there's no way you can know. You can make a guess, but it's really hard to say unless you're like a fucking analyst or something like that. But all things considered, I think the one that has the highest probability of being the one to play as of right now, for like the broadest amount of people and the widest enjoyment, I would have to say Fire, but I don't know. That's a lot of fucking stipulations I just add onto that. But you should play what you enjoy, because like they're close enough where like enjoyment should be a factor. Like you should consider what you find to be fun. Clipping that part, heading to remove the disclaimers. Posting on Reddit, yeah. Wait, where's my disclaimer? There, we got the disclaimer back. Now I can say whatever the fuck I want because I've got the disclaimer above my head. Yeah, so Flame Strike versus Pyroblasting actually ended up being kind of similar. Candle disappeared though. But yeah, the card is low-key kind of goated. It's fucking good with it, dude. make it a shorter one. The card's gonna fucking go crazy here. Watch. Just coming back to the game after a few patches off. Going to be Mythic rating, doing high and Mythic Plus is frostfire what I should be gearing for. Good news, friends. You can gear for both kind of at the same time. But if you want to know what I'm gonna play, not necessarily what's best, but what I plan to play, I'm planning to play Sunfury UI for both. But I'm also open-minded to playing either. And the good news, or the best news, is that you can use your gear for kind of whatever. Like, you can actually use fire gear for frost. You need to change a couple things, but it does carry over. A lot of it does carry over. Look at how this changed, guys. This is what I was talking about. I said earlier that the card is really good in Mythic Plus. Look at, whenever you make it a shorter pull, look at how good the fucking card is, dude. The card is popping off. Card absolutely fucking pops off in the short sim. Look at that shit. Ignore the Ruby. This is like in combustion the whole pull, so like, yeah, Ruby is just inconverted to mastery, so just ignore that part. You wouldn't run the Ruby. But the card is the good shit. It's lagging. Dude, oh my god, wait, hold on. I think it's the text. The text made it lag. It blew up, yeah. The disclaimer just blew up the stream. Testing. Test, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's back to normal. Just gotta refresh. Yep, it's back. It was because I had the text on the screen. Apparently, turning on that disclaimer, the scrolling text like blows it up for some reason. Not sure why. Anyways, I'm glad I figured that out because that's how it was at the start of the stream, and I had it on, and I turned it off, and then it was fine. And I just turned it on for the bit just a second ago, and it blew up again. So now I kind of know what the issue is, I guess. What was I saying before? Oh, I was saying that the House of Cards, it fucking bangs in Mythic Plus. This thing is like killer. This thing fucking owns for Mythic Plus. Like, get your hands on that card. That card is banging. I'm kind of new to WoW and want to play Fire Mage next season. Should I craft this season best in slot crafted gear? It doesn't really matter, but just for the meantime, sure. I mean, it gives you something to do, right? Make sure you get your ring, though. The ring is going to be important in the patch. Other than that, everything else is kind of whatever. Yeah, I mean, if you understand how Fire Mage works, the House of Cards being good shouldn't surprise you, but yeah, it is good. What's surprising is how good the Treacherous Transmitter is here, too. See this? But this is a short sim, so that's why. But yeah, I think I'm going to recommend the House of Cards, or I'm going to put it in S tier with the other trinkets, because it seems like good enough to do that for just Mythic Plus. You always want to have like a juicer fucking unused trinket for Mythic Plus anyways. That makes sense. How much I'm level is the Heroic Dungeon Gear? I have no idea. Heroic Dungeon Gear? When the fuck are you doing Heroic Dungeons? Whenever you're leveling? The ring gets eclipsed by other rings like at max Mythic I'm level. So it's like it's gonna be hard to replace. And even then it's like you want like the rare rings. So it's like it's kind of hard to replace the ring. Like you're gonna be wearing that for most of when you're playing. Because what you're gonna want to do is basically have everyone like keep their ring, and then you're just gonna replace everyone's other ring. So it's going to be a while until you get like the good shit. What embellishments? Same as before. Unless you're playing frostfire mage, because if you play frostfire, you don't use these weapons. You use the Mechagon shit. So because you're using the Mechagon shit, you can't use that weapon. And then you have to just do other embellishments. So I'll just show you. See, for Frostfire, you use the Neural Synapse Enhancer, right? So because you have the Synapse Enhancer thing, you have to run with like a different embellishment. So you run like the fucking Socket one and like the Versatility one on your cloak instead. But for pretty much everyone else, it's just going to be, you know, run offhand Ascendance, easy. I mean, most people are probably going to use the staff, though, not this, right? Because, like, this requires you to have, or this is, like, requiring a weapon, whereas, like, you could just get the staff and, like, you know, boom. You solve both. All good. Appreciate it, Elio. But yeah, so I explained it in here. This isn't live yet, but this will be live whenever the Season 2 stuff comes out. But I have a whole disclaimer about the rings down here because it's confusing. So that way you can understand. So like the best in slot is this one and this one, but this is a rare ring and this ring is random stats that drop. So like they're both rare, right? But then you can also use the circlet, which is just like good. And then here's the best non-rare or like free ring right here. So like this one's rare, this one's rare, this one's free, and then this is like the first like normal item. Yeah, hyperthread wrist wraps on both. Wrist wraps are bis. They're not bis by like a huge margin, but they are bis. And they feel really good. They feel bis, but they're like, they are bis, they feel bis, but they feel way more bis than they actually are. Because it doesn't beat out other bracers by like that much. But the feel is important. And it feels really good. Why doesn't Sunfury use the staff? It just doesn't line up as well. Is the issue. You can use the staff, you can sim the staff. But it's better for Frostfire. How long do you think we'll keep Mythic Spy Masters? You'll just need to sim your character as you go. But it's not a bad trinket. It's just a little dangerous, a little risky. But yeah, you'll just need to sim your character as you get upgrades. I can't tell you when you're gonna replace it. That depends on your character and what you get. Too many unknowns. At this point, are you gonna play Sunfury Fire? Well, I'm gonna play Mage. I'll just play whatever's best. Do we keep Field of Burn during hyperthermia or just spam Pyro? Yeah, so if you don't use Fire Blast during hyperthermia, you're going to overcap on Fire Blast, which would be bad, so you're not going to do that. You do Fire Blast during hyperthermia. Yeah. That is a thing you do. Okay, we gotta add in trinkets. So let's figure out the trinkets we actually need. One sec. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna have to fucking do this manually. God damn it. Okay. Guys. I don't know if I can do this on stream. I think I might like be too scatterbrained to do this on stream, because if I'm responding to you guys and I want to be responding to chat as I'm streaming, I'm just gonna get lost in this and it's gonna take me like 5 times this long. So I think we're just gonna wrap it up for today. We had a good stream today, so hopefully, you know, you enjoyed the stream. And if you want to see more, obviously press that follow button. Again, videos coming out soon. The Flame Shaper dev is going to be out whenever I feel like it's safe for me to post it, as long as there's not changes. I'm going to be focusing on Wowhead work for probably the rest of today and then tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow early, but I'll probably stream at least Raid at night. And Wednesday, hopefully I'll be mostly done with this stuff. Maybe on Wednesday I can like try to get the fucking dev stuff done. But yeah, thanks for keeping me company while we research this stuff. I think we found some good information, so that'll be it. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Thank you, Jazz Hands. And yeah, we'll see you in the next one. All right, bye.